Hey, how's it going? I'm giving Path of Exile another shot. I played this on stream, and it was a pretty stressful game for me to play on stream. I don't know what it is about me as a gamer and my tastes, but I feel like the appraisal burden of this game, of stopping to look at items, understanding whether something's an upgrade or not, looking at the skill tree, is extremely high, which I think is part of the draw to it. But it makes it pretty stressful for me to play live because I feel this pressure to constantly be doing things that are interesting or new or unique. So, after some discussion with my viewers, it sounds like this game might be a little bit more tolerable for me anyway if I play it off stream. So, I'm just going to record this offline for YouTube, voice commentary only. And then I'm going to consider going in and fast forwarding parts where I don't talk. So, I've done that so far in a couple series. I've done it for Old School RuneScape, Animal Crossing, and Factorio, and it's turned out pretty well. That way I'll just talk when I have something to say, and the boring gameplay will get fast-forwarded when I'm on mute. So I don't know if that's going to work. I guess if I tried it and it didn't work, you're not seeing this video anyway because I didn't upload it. Let's just go ahead and give it a shot. So this time coming into the game, I do have a loot filter already installed, so I'm going to go ahead and use that. I've gotten strong advice to go ahead and use a build guide, which I don't like. Like, I like playing games and sight reading them and figuring stuff out for myself. And if I were to go for a build guide, I certainly wouldn't want to jump for one of the top ones that's popular right now. But it sounds like it's just going to be the least effort possible if I just pick one of the most popular builds. So I did find one for Ranger on the Path of Exile build site. It's called Remy's Toxic Rain Pathfinder, and it's one of the most popular builds for patch 3.13, so I'm going to scope that out. If you did wanted to see my live streamed focusing on blind aspects of the playthrough episode, go back and watch Path of Exile episode 1. If I continue to play this, I think it's going to entirely be offline. So let me go ahead and make this character here. I'll give Ranger a try, why not? This guide is like, I think, hundreds of pages long. I'm going to try to just focus on the sphere grid, the passive tree pathing, and the leveling section, and just ignore everything else until I kind of have my footing. It sounds like maybe I get to the end game with a pre-built character like this, that I'll have an easier time after that, kind of making my own build and figuring out what I want to do on my own. And it seemed like from playing this on stream that, like, the story for this game isn't particularly exciting, that it's more about the mechanics of just rushing through, so I'm probably going to skip a lot of the dialogue. I'll just mute and fast forward through it. Not that the story in Diablo is particularly good, it's actually quite bad in most cases, but skills use mana. Don't think there is a force move option in this one, right? I think I would have turned it on in my live stream before. Pierce supports. Support gems change the power, behavior, and mana cost of skill gems they're connected to. Okay. Let me see really quick if there is, in fact, force move. No, I don't think so. The leveling build guide I'm using for this says that it recommends you pick up Caustic Arrow and Pierce. Keeping an eye out for that. Press P to use your skill point. Okay. So passive tree pathing, progression, first 20 points. Start over here. Projectile damage. I guess I should watch and see what I'm applying stuff to here. Enter town for your reward. Okay. Split arrow, ice shot, galvanic caustic arrow. That's the one we need. Cool. Control click to transfer items. Okay. Okay, so I want caustic arrow. I guess I already have pierce, right? Okay. Look for 3 green. Take puncture for single target when you reach submerged. I have no idea what that means. I suppose we'll find out. Skill gem can be leveled up by clicking on this button. I don't remember if there's any reason to not level up your gems. I think I probably asked this on stream. Slay the monsters near the ritual altar. Defeat the ritual monsters. Guessing this is the seasonal mechanic, which they keep every season, which is kind of crazy. What? Slay monsters during ritual to earn tribute. Tribute can be spent on rewards after the ritual is complete. Some rewards only be revealed after completing several rituals. Ritual rewards change between areas unless they're deferred. Complete more rituals to reveal this item. Costs tribute. I guess defer. Apply item filter. I love that they're so doubled down on the concept of an item filter. The longer you wait, the better the weapon you get is, I guess. It's a wand. Once per area, costs 600 tribute. Pay 50% of an item's original cost to defer that item. This item will reappear in a later area, discounted by 10%. More valuable items take longer to appear. Okay. Alright, I guess I just ignore it then. It says purchase or defer a favor, so I guess I'll defer one. Complete the remaining rituals in the area. Okay, getting another level. We are going to the right here. So, projectile damage and attack speed. Slay the monsters near the altar. Can do. And some nasty elites in these. I feel like these are intended for more veteran players. Early league mechanics. I go ahead and modify my item filter. I guess maybe it's just set automatically. It's crazy how you get this much garbage, like even at the very beginning of the game, you know? Chromatic orb, reforges sockets on an item. You know, I might want to re-roll my character already, because I was tempted on making an Iron Man character that doesn't have trading. I think that's a thing. I have to look up how you go about doing that. Path of Exile, self-found mode. Solo self-found. Oh, you can't. Only available after doing something in Act 3, so I guess maybe I'll know more about the game once I unlock that, hopefully. I need 3 green on whatever weapon I find. Alright, so maybe I'll make a new character once I get that far. Continuing to just follow the guide here. I think I'll almost certainly switch to solo self-found once I unlock it. I'll make a new character and do that. I hate the idea of trading. I feel like it would ruin all my enjoyment of a game like this. Got a bow with 3 slots. Looking for puncture, I guess. Whispering Essence of Haitian. Upgrades a normal item to rare with 1 guaranteed property. Seems good, actually. Now it's rare. Just says quest complete, okay. But I saw another iron ring that dropped a little bit earlier. It's so weird having all this loot that's just garbage. Like, there's no reason for me to interact with it. I guess I don't remember if I have to manually adjust the loot filter, if that's like something I have to go into a text file to do. I don't think there's a GUI in-game to adjust it, which, holy crap, I can't believe it works that way. But maybe it doesn't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll ask in my Discord channel here soon. Tank the medicine chest in Essa. Catalyze small life flask of steadiness. Consumes charges, increase recovery rate. Okay, I can't look at that stuff. It's too much. Too much. Oh, there's not even like a default comparison. You have to hold a button down. great. I was able to Google. I'm already Googling stuff, which is different than if I was playing this on stream. Is there a force move keybind? Yes. Apparently, I already tried to bind it from middle mouse to space. That feels much better. Extremely accustomed to using force move in these kind of action RPGs. Onslaught, Lesser Poison, Mirage Archer. 2 additional projectiles. Chance to poison. Extra chaos damage. Chance to grant Onslaught. Mirage Archer. Guess we'll do this for now. Place it some other time. Death doesn't wait. You haven't. Okay, it was like a Diablo shrine. Got it. Extra speed. Sure. Okay, new major node on the sphere grid: ballistic mastery, projectile speed, damage, and bonus dexterity. Cool. Well, I died after that was over. I actually have no idea what the penalty is for death. Path of Exile, death penalty. You lose experience when you die. Okay. So I think if you defer an item, you risk it not being able to show up again or something? Guess we'll see. That must have been another League feature or something? Bunch of things trapped in crystal or something? Wanderlust, wool shoes. The unique, I guess? I was under the impression that uniques are kind of bad in this game. Or at least the game isn't built around them like they are in Diablo. Canopy frozen, increased movement speed, increased mana regen. I mean, that all seems good. Sure. Little like league objectives here, obtain virtual rewards, uniques. Get boots with at least 10% movement speed. Maybe that's a way to tell you what stuff is good, I guess. Refills as you kill monsters. Okay. Aspect of the evil, 20% damage with bows, increased global accuracy, more movement speed, more damage over time with bow skills. Okay. I think that's as far as I end up going on that part of the tree. Hey, there's puncture. I needed that. Alright, so I got a little dash ability now, and puncture is separate, looks like. Use that for single target. Okay, so I can keep my other thing. I had equipped a volley, thinking that puncture was going to replace it. I guess not. Leveling up some more here. So we want to go straight up. See if I can bind one of these to... When I play Diablo, I usually have a travel skill on one of my mouse buttons. I'll worry about it later. It's weird that you can't bind two things. Apparently these maps reset? I'm not clear what causes that to happen. Weird. That was pretty rough. I had to kill all the monsters, and I was expecting there to be like a map indicator once you got down to like the last few. Nope, there was just one left that I had to track down. It's got a legendary quiver drop, so that's pretty cool. Or unique, whatever they call it. Craghead. Adds damage to bow attacks. Reduce enemy stun threshold. I think it's strictly better. It could be better if I had like a stun build. Tribute system is pretty cool as a way to get you good rare gear earlier, I suppose. Once you choose what you want. I feel like most League mechanics are going to degenerate to... There's an area you go to on the map that causes a bunch of mobs to spawn. Pretty sure that was the League when I did episode 1 like a year ago. Wait, I got a quest that says solve the trials of ascendancy, but there's only one room that makes sense in? I already did the quest that was there. I'll try to look around and see if I can figure it out. It looks like it's a League mechanic? That's confusing. Okay, I guess there's just other trials elsewhere in the game. There's not more than one on each map. Glad I googled it. I would not have figured that out. Strong Box of Abundance. Interesting. I wonder if that's also an old League mechanic. Well, this guy is basically the Butcher. He's a Warden instead, but very similar attacks. Prison's exit is now open. I don't know if that was an actual boss. Okay, that's probably a good stopping point. I gotta prep for stream. I gotta say that after playing, how long was this? Almost 2 hours. Even off stream, it's better off stream because I'm not worrying about like gear being on the ground that's better than what I currently have, and people in chat being like, "Oh my god, why aren't you picking that up?" Or building incorrectly. But this game still hasn't clicked for me. Like, it still kind of just feels like Diablo, but a much bigger hassle. It seems like the value starts to come into play once you get to the end game, and that the leveling experience is kind of subpar. So I'll probably keep trying. I'm just going to stitch these together. We'll maybe do 8-hour chunks of video at a time. So I'll catch you later. Bye. Hey, I'm back to keep trying Path of Exile here. This is about a week since the last episode. I ended up playing Factorio instead in the mornings, so see if I can get this game to click. I hope so. I'd like to play a game like this. I'm intrigued by the idea of Path of Exile. But I think I said at the end of the previous recording, it just feels like Diablo with a lot of extra work to get to the point where it's fun. Took the screwed up textures on these flasks. It's funny. I think I need a Quicksilver flask. Arrow Nova, Void Manipulation, Melee Splash, Lesser Multiple Projectiles. Let me look at the guide here, see which one of those it recommends. Take Void Manipulation, okay. Not sure why I actually want that, but it's fine. Precision, Smoke Mine, Blink Arrow, Whirling Blades. Smoke Mine, it says we want. Gotta get a slot for it first, apparently. I do have to say this game is doing a better job of like sense of hitting with sound effects and animations and stuff. Something that I felt Diablo did really well, that I had heard wasn't as great in early Path of Exile, but that they've improved it since then. Sorry, I covered the screen there to get rid of close Discord on the gaming PC so it wouldn't make sound effects. Kind of like that the archer is Australian. Skill point available. Let me look at my guide again. This in a minute. Got aspect of the eagle already. Got bow damage already. This is a cool ritual effect. I think this is ritual. Yeah. There's like ice beams that you have to dodge. Down with that. Guess I should probably always defer stuff, since tribute amount doesn't carry over from zone to zone. Smoke grenade ability is actually kind of fun. I might switch it. Well, I'll keep it on 3 for now, but I might move it to be my dash key later. Looks like it lets you jump over things, which is nice. Find the all flame. Okay. Still not clear on why gems don't just auto level up, but maybe somebody explained that on stream. At some point I'm probably going to go in Discord. I have a Discord channel that's for talking about Destiny and Path of Exile. I might go in there and ask for help, but it'll probably be after this first episode gets published, because I kind of want this to be a surprise. Just one day. There's like 8+ hours of Path of Exile content on YouTube. Yeah, I wish I could bind things to multiple keys. It's weird that I can't. Detonate mines. Mouse flip it. Our Veil boss fight was pretty cool. I think it got fast forwarded there, but I don't remember it from the live stream session. A lot of mechanics to dodge, that kind of thing. Probably a bad sign that I don't remember the act boss from when I played this on stream previously. I thought it was just a mini boss. Right on. Still following the build guide. Skipping this story because I don't think the game wants me to care about it. It's there. I think I spent too much time paying attention to it during the live stream. Same with, I remember this guy, actually. That's a good sign. Same issue with Destiny, where I was really trying to pay attention to the story, and it's like the game doesn't care for you to, you know? Hey, neat. I got a composite bow with 3 green links, so I can maybe finally replace my shitty crude bow. I have to figure out which currency lets me upgrade it. I think something lets me do that. Reforges the links between sockets, reforges the number of sockets. Okay, those are different things. Let me stop back at town and try to figure out what item I need here. Found a Mirage Archer drop, which I guess the guide says I'm supposed to use instead of Pierce. So it makes sense. It's duplicating my skills, basically. Wait, is this a build decision to help versus kill Alira? Why would you not want to help her? I don't understand. Can refund it later. It says you can help her on League Start and then respec and kill her later? Okay.
Now go, my best of
Weird.
friends, and temper that shot.
Alright, I'm going to step away and take a break for a little bit here. Hey, I'm back with Path of Exile. This game still isn't coming to me. Maybe we'll get there. I hope that if you're watching this, you're not like, man, screw this guy. He doesn't like this game I like. I assume that it clicks at some point. Usually these kinds of like ARPGs, games with this sort of loop, I'm hooked. And I'm not playing it for an hour and being like, I'm over it and turning it off. So maybe it's just that the early game feels like a slog. It's the feeling that I don't care about anything that drops because I'm not going to get anything that like significantly speeds up my leveling experience. I have no idea. But I'm going to keep going through Act 2 here and see what I can figure out.
sorry life
Okay,
found it.
I killed Oak because that's what the guide says to do. The only reason I kept what was it, Alira alive is because the guide said that it's okay to leave her alive at the beginning of a league. Still feels pretty frustrating to me though. At least you can respec it. Apparently, I guess I don't. It's like you need to spend orbs of regret to respec your decision about which characters to help. And I'm like, okay, well that's cool, but like, is that a lot? Is 30 orbs of regret a lot of orbs? I don't know. Okay. I'm trying to decide whether I should hold on to my blues and yellows. This is part of the thing that I don't like about this game. Um, it seems like hold on to stuff because you can disenchant it like any other action RPG, but then also people are saying just include it in your filter and never pick it up. I mean, obviously, I get some bank space back if I sell all this garbage because that's what almost all it is, garbage. Guess I can probably at least get rid of anything that's blue. I just wish there was a programmatic way to know which was better in this game. I guess you don't even necessarily want to get rid of whites, right? Because it's possible that you can use items to reforge them into the thing that you want or something. I'll worry about it later. Even, like, quickly trashing stuff from your bank is kind of a pain in the ass in this game. So I'm going to put that on Toxic Rain later, which is the name of the build that I'm doing. You know, I think I want the passive points more than I want the mana per second critical strike multiplier. So I'm going to just go ahead and kill her since it lets me do it here. Why not? Slain Alira can no longer ally with her. That's fine. Yeah, I'm killing the last bandit here. I think that gets me 2 extra passive points. I'm guessing 2 extra passive points are better than the bonuses for allying with any one of them. With the way this game is structured. The Apex. Power's been shared. There's still more the Apex might unlock. Oh, okay. Kill for a depositable currency button. I bet one exists and I'm just not seeing it. Traveling to the menagerie here because I guess it's an always available option to turn in some of the quests. There's the Blood Altar. I think I remember this from the live stream. So like, this was a league mechanic that they added, I guess. Great items. Oh, weird. Wow, this is the definition of a confusing interface. So I'm using up the creatures that I captured to do this. I need to capture more of them to do this, I guess. Okay, I don't think I can use the Blood Altar yet. Can I reroll the sockets? Forges the number of sockets. Need to be 3 green. And already has the max number. Can I do reroll the color of sockets? Or just the color of sockets? Okay. There we go. Now I need it to be rare. Hey, it's another Trial of Ascendancy. I think I got confused by the Trial of Ascendancy on stream as well. I don't remember the stream session very much other than the game giving me a headache. But I have to wonder that like the quest pop-up saying, solve the Trials of Ascendancy, were still very confusing to me. Oops. It's not clear when you do these that each of the trials are on completely different maps, you know? And it still says solve the trials. Okay, I'm picking up one of these upgrade items with tribute. Damn, it's not normal rarity. Oh, shit. I didn't realize it was blue. Well, that sucks. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. It sucks. Okay, I'm supposed to take Herald of Agony. I think it's just something that works if I have it in a slot here. I don't have to actually cast it. No, I do have to cast it. Reserves mana. Okay, I'm sure that this game follows the same rule as every action RPG. It's all about the opportunity cost of abilities. You can only be casting one thing at a time, so you don't want to have multiple activated spells. You want to have one thing that does damage, passives that do damage for free on the side of the stuff that actively does damage, and then maybe a utility skill here and there to move around and escape from things. I'm gonna say screw it and just start selling everything in my stash. I think that's the easier way to deal with it instead of trying to delete everything. Almost done selling all my garbage. Kind of wish I could sell from the stash, but I guess this is kind of what I needed, the ability to just get rid of this crap trivially like this.
Stay true.
Watch me be selling something here that you're watching on like the fast forward and being like, no, what are you doing? I don't know, dude. I'm sorry. It's literally not worth thinking about it for me. Maybe I can tell whether an area is supposed to have a waypoint or not. I don't think this one does. Finally picked up the legendary gloves that I've been deferring for a really long time. I think they're bad. I think legendaries in this game are kind of bad, which is too bad because it's my favorite part about Diablo 3. I talk about this in my Discord a lot and on live streams, but I'm a big like developer intent person. I enjoy when players can forge their own path and make a sandboxy game where players figure out what the strategies are, but it's fun for me to look at a legendary item that has unique affixes on it and be like, oh, I see what the dev wants me to do with that. I see what their intent is, you know? So I think even though there's fewer choices and less complexity and less depth in something like Diablo 3, I can extract that dev intent value out of it a lot more easily. Here it's not clear what the devs want me to do most of the time. Kind of feels like I'm beholden to whatever the player community has come up with, right? And that's less interesting for me. Legendary gems. These don't seem to show up in my build guide here. Hold on. It doesn't say what to take. It's into a jewel socket. What? That's weird. So I'll take the one that gives dex. Basic jewel socket. Okay. I don't know if my build uses any of those. So I'll just bank it. Try this blood altar quest again. I have to kill them first? Okay. Does that make sense? Interesting mechanic. You are a survivor. Chromatic orbs, okay. Because I have stuff I never turned in Act 1. Oh. Oh, Toxic Rain, right. Hold on. That's the name of my build, so I guess I'll take it.
Goodbye.
Could have done that sooner, apparently. Could have gotten that sooner, too. Master Fletcher. I think I want that to be a right click ability. No. Poison the ancient tree. Okay. So this is Toxic Rain. Pretty heavy on the mana usage. I like Caustic Arrow better? Oh well, this is the build I selected. Without knowing what it was going to play like. Because Path of Exile. There's like a delay before it starts to deal damage, which is kind of annoying. Try to just cast it and then Caustic Arrow everything. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay, I don't think it's supposed to be a right-click skill. I think it's supposed to be a tap it and then hit things with other abilities type skill. Makes slightly more sense. Oh, am I in a new act? It wasn't even a boss.
I dreamed.
Okay.
What has happened?
Wait, no, I guess this is just a modified
There's one bright
forest
spot.
encampment.
For all of us.
Weird. Okay. Kind of a cool effect on the map with the shadow tendrils. I think this is further than I got on the live stream. Currently deferring chaos orbs over and over, not because I have any idea what I'm doing, but just because I've heard the word chaos orb in external media about this game. I wish there were versions of currency that only worked for low-level items, because I have this feeling that I should never be, I should never be using my currency items, like rerolling socket count. Save all that for the endgame when the real game begins, you know? Hideout unlocked. Some kind of new mechanic here. Alright, so I'm supposed to get herbalism, but I'm not going to worry about that right now, because defense is basically pointless at the stage of the game I'm at right now. I think there's more stuff I want up here. Yeah. Great hideout. Oh god. No. I don't need to do anything like that. Furniture and stuff? I don't particularly care. Crafting bench? What the fuck? Adding specific stuff. Holy Jesus. Okay, well, I guess I got it unlocked now. Alright, upgraded bone bow. Can't tell if it's worse. I think it's better than my composite bow because it also does elemental damage. Alright, I guess. Oh, it doesn't estimate your DPS. It doesn't like compare your attacks per second to the attack damage. I think it's better based on that alone. I think those green ghosts are supposed to be treasure goblins. Some say dry and others feel the pain. Toxic rain. Toxic rain seems less bad now that I have a faster bow. New crafting recipe unlocked. Huh. Okay. Oh my god, I just captured a monster and it's unlocking, like, tons of flask mods and these pop-ups. It just looks... oh god, this game is a mess. Sounds like Path of Exile 2 is kind of, sort of starting over. Path of Exile is like visual slurry. I imagine that it doesn't look very good on stream just because there's so many particle effects constantly and my recording settings aren't that crazy. There did some kind of portal that had modifiers on it? I don't know. This is like a little special dungeon for loot or something? What do you even think about Vol, so it's just Bale? Gold ring corrupted. All blight. I remember getting a Vol gem at some point on stream. Yeah. I don't remember how I got it. I don't know if it was one of these little areas. Increased rarity of items found. That seems nice. Wait, has my item filter not been working this whole time? I just dropped that Chaos Orb on the ground, assuming that the Chaos Orb was rare enough that it would make it through the item filter. And it didn't show up when I hit the Z button. I thought the Z button was just show all items versus show items with the item filter. So I came in here and I clicked this refresh button and it says line 17 error, unable to parse parameter, has explicit mod rule. So I'll just use the default one and try to replace this later. Maybe it's because I set that up earlier. Okay, assume this isn't be the Act Boss. Maybe not. Oh, here we go. It is the Act Boss. It's just chaos, well that's unfortunate. Hey, achievement unlocked. New Dawn. I assume that's the end of Act 2 then. City of Sarn. Well, that'll be a good time for me to take a break. See ya. Alright, I'm back with more Path of Exile. Maybe it'll click today. I don't think it will until we get to the end game, to be honest. I think they've organized the experience so much around the end game that if you're not already hyped looking forward to it, because I kind of feel that way, sort of, when it comes to Diablo 3, but I still enjoy the leveling process. It's not just looking forward to caring about legendaries and that sort of a thing. Anyway, keep trying. And a quest to use a crafting bench, so I guess I'll do that real quick. Can't be performed on a unique item. Okay, well. So Act 3 is in the desert, not Act 2. That's how you know this isn't Diablo. I still need to fix my loot filter, apparently. I never got around to doing that. Maybe once I get to a natural breaking point, I'll stop the recording and go look that up. Yeah, because it says that the filter blade wasn't working last time. Hard stopping. Cool new town. Decided that I think the ritual mechanic for the season is partially getting in the way of my enjoyment because it takes forever to interact with each one and it's probably slowing the speed with which I get to the end game. So I'm just gonna stop bothering with it. I do like that the ritual mechanic seems to support like full act playthroughs of the game, because that's something I always disliked about Diablo 2 and even Diablo 3, even though it got better once they added like rifts. Where like Diablo 2 is all about doing the same content over and over and over with no incentive to try anything else, and it seems like the deferral mechanic makes you want to check out all kinds of different things. So that'll be nice once I actually care about farming, if I can make it that far before I give up on this. Those little optional Vol dungeons are kind of cool. Alright, the guide says to take Despair.
General.
And we've got Sewers, classic. Got some kind of tarot card? What? From a different season or something, maybe?
There's a familiar face.
Oh, hey, Captain Fairgrave's back. So you recognize the NPC for once. I do like that you can use the smoke mine ability to get places you otherwise shouldn't be able to get. It's kind of frustrating that it requires 2 inputs. I mean, I get why it does, but I imagine times where you're not going to immediately teleport to it are pretty small. So if I had like a button that was throw mine and instantly detonate, I would be all over pressing it. Oh, I forgot. What do you fight for, Exile? I wish I knew. Getting the endgame. I know I'm skipping all the dialogue, and that's probably upsetting someone out there. But I was really invested in trying to pay attention to it during the stream, and it seems like the game doesn't like care about it as much as I would like to. I think I'm mostly just doing that in response to my Destiny 2 playthrough, where I was like really excited about the lore, and the game had no interest in bringing me on board with it. So. Maybe once the game has hooked me, if the game hooks me, I'll go back and play through the story and listen to all the dialogue. I wonder if maybe part of it's just like a difficulty thing, that they don't want the beginning of the game to be hard because it's not supposed to get hard until you reach the end game. So I think the act bosses have required a little bit of maneuvering and popping a potion every so often, but other than that, all the enemies seem pretty degenerate because they die in a hit. Versus like Diablo, where you get to different enemies that are a real problem during the main story, or you get an upgrade and you can feel going from needing to hit the enemy for a third of their health to one-shotting them. Or I guess the way Diablo is oriented with switching between difficulty levels, like once the game gets too fast, you step the difficulty up a step and you end up getting more loot and faster XP. And maybe that's a thing in this game. Maybe I can go set it on Nightmare difficulty or Hell difficulty or whatever, but it doesn't seem to be advertising that that's an option. So I don't know if that was something that was in the game at one point and got iterated out, and now that it's iterated out, people don't care because everyone who plays this just knows to rush to the end as fast as possible, right? Anyway. Yeah, I think being able to cycle up difficulty and take a higher risk, do something that's harder in exchange for faster XP or loot or whatever, is pretty critical to the early game experience in Diablo. Diablo still supports having somebody like power level you and rush you to the end game, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like if you expect your players to spend 2 or 3 hours in the beginning of the league and hundreds of hours at the end game, why would you focus it all on those 2 to 3 hours? It's not really a good reason to do it. Normally I would be getting value out of like stopping to look at the skill tree and making decisions about what to take. But especially given that the skill trees are just a bunch of like passive improvements, it's not like I'm even looking for cool abilities. And I'm meant to follow this guide so I don't make any mistakes, which is stressful too. I think this is 0.40 plus now. Yeah, so 60 points. Where are we putting stuff? This location's pretty cool. Reminds me of Durns of Hate from Diablo 2. Piles of corpses and stuff, though. I guess it's been another issue so far that I feel like most of the areas haven't been very exciting to look at, or at least there wasn't a lot of area-based storytelling. It was just like, okay, desert, sewer. Oh, is it an act boss? Interesting. We ran into her earlier. She's got a bunch of different transformations.
There is nothing else.
The act definitely went by a lot faster when I stopped bothering touching rituals. Seems like that's great for the end game probably shouldn't touch it at all for now. It just slows things down so much. Unlock the Scepter of God. That's the name of the thing. It sounds like Path of Exile 2 is going to completely change the gem system and maybe divorce it from gear. I think it seems really weird that everything is bound to gear when the gems don't actually affect the gear at all. Like, right, it's just that you have the slots in order to have the skills that you want to have equipped, but it doesn't matter that you put it on the bow. I guess there's a couple gems where what it's socketed into changes the effect. But it seems like all it does is it results in more garbage loot everywhere, because now not only do items have to have the proper stats to be useful, they also have to have the right gem slots. Which I guess they have currency for you to re-roll that stuff, but still it feels kind of weird. Yeah, well, that's exciting. I finally finished all the Trials of Ascendancy. There's a crafting recipe up here I'm going to try to grab real quick. Do this Ascendancy thing after I do the Travel to the Marketplace, Wig of Hope optional quest step. Doing the Aspirants Plaza, let's go. Apparently you can't town portal out of here?
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the Asmeri were the first culture known in history.
Oh, there's a stash in here. Okay.
Strength.
I think these are basically a Greater Rift from Diablo. That's why I can't leave in the middle of it, I guess. Resurrect in town. Presumably that means I have to restart if I screwed up. It's walking in some kind of like trap, I think is what killed me there. That's a lot of currencies that drop from that. Take it. Oh, I see. It was one of these traps that was just pushed into the door or something. Got me killed earlier. Yeah, that one right there. Sand of Eternity. The next idol you hit will no longer regenerate life. What? Okay. Seriously not bank this Sand of Eternity? Okay. It's a cool little fight there. Okay, I think I wasn't understanding the dungeon this way this is laid out. When you get to the stash room, you're supposed to go fight something, I guess. Alright. I think this might be the last boss fight. I think the boss's health is down enough. So we'll find out. Complete. Activate the Altar of Ascendancy. Treasure key. Apparently my time-worn whatever is gone now. The sands thing. Oh, room full of treasure. That's cool. Oh, I had to pick a chest to open with the key. Okay. Use the skull and a pair of gloves to add a random enchantment to them. What? Trigger word of blades on hit. I guess I probably should have saved that and not use it on gloves I'm probably going to throw away soon. Whatever. It's fine. What the fuck? Raider, Deadeye, Pathfinder. Okay, I gotta read the guide, I guess, to figure out what I'm doing with that. Ascendancy order. Pathfinder. Flask effect, that's boring. The attack speed is nice. Does it actually cover up part of the board here? It's funny. My attack speed boost is nice. Okay, I'm going to try to finish the act. I assume this is the end. And I think I'm going to take a break. Still not feeling it. I hope I get there. Guessing this episode is almost entirely fast-forwarded, only to come out for me to complain about it. If I were you, and I was a big fan of Path of Exile, this would be really disheartening. But I guess I keep coming back to that I feel like it's got to click eventually, that it's just the early game is bad for a blind player, excuse me. And I suppose it's possible that there's a similar issue with Reaper of Souls now, it's just that I've played Diablo 3 since launch, so with all the things they've iterated, that all makes sense to me. I remember what it used to be like and how they fixed it. I guess it would be interesting to see the blind take of other ARPG savvy players, if there's anyone else that repeats my concerns. It's sucky too, because my concerns aren't really specific, I don't feel the game latching onto me like these games typically do. And it's not for any specific failing, you know? General game feel problems, I guess. Definitely having a little bit more fun with the Ascendancy Labyrinth. That was kind of neat to have to actually pay attention or I would die, you know, instead of just running around and clicking for things to die. This is kind of a cool area where you're climbing a tower and you can see it raining outside and the clouds below you. I dig that part. I think the best decision I've made is ignoring the ritual towers. Even though it means that my overall gear is bad, like, it was just adding to the whole appraisal burden problem I keep talking about. And it was slowing me down. And like I said, I bet it's super fun in the endgame because it's this cool incentive to play through the entire game instead of just finding the most monster-dense act or going to a Rift-style randomized dungeon. But I don't like it being there during the leveling experience. I feel like it would be cool if this game had a I've never played Path of Exile before checkbox that just removed all of the nonsense and was just like, let's make a campaign that feels good to play through, easing you into these systems. And you don't even need to make that like a required thing to go through the first time you play it. You know. I mentioned this about Destiny 2, that it feels like the game is already in Diablo 3's adventure mode, except that's just the default state of the game. Like, I really like adventure mode. I'm glad it's in the game for Diablo 3. I think it's one of the most important things they added in Reaper of Souls that makes the game feel fun and playable. But I think I only enjoy it because I played through the story mode before, so I know what I'm skipping, what benefits I'm getting of being able to just fly around. Does NPC appear in a cage? What's your deal, Scion?
Though we were worlds apart before.
Achievement complete, freedom. Maybe I run into her in the next town or something. Tower rooftop. Okay, this is probably the act boss now. Somebody in here who spins to win. Kill Dominus. I haven't seen the true face of God. Get to die in a specific tile here. Oh, he gets a second phase. Okay. That's pretty cool looking. Heretic Hunter. Hey, it's Yala. This lady said I wasn't a cockroach. Or I am a cockroach, but an interesting one. Not a cockroach.
You have crushed the bug emperor and wiped his maggot dreams from the skin of Rayclaw.
Well, now I'm more interested in the lore.
There'll be more. You know that, don't you?
Tower exit is now unlocked. Aqueduct. From a roof? Okay. That seems like something reasonable for the ranger to say. I'm going to try to get to the town and then take a break. I think now that Act 3 is complete, I can make a character that's self-found solo, which I'm still going to want to do, because trading, it seems like it would make this game even worse. It would compound my problems significantly. However, I want to wait until I feel hooked by the game before I bother making a new character and doing all of this a second time, right? I'm trying to imagine how much worse this would be, too, if, like, I wasn't savvy to the RPG genre at all. Like, imagine just picking up every item and identifying all of the magics and rares and like sitting there thinking, should I be using a wand on this character, right? Cool, new town, Highgate. Very neat. That'll be it for me. I'll be back in a few seconds from your perspective. Yo, I'm back. I'm still carrying the torch, trying to give this game a shot. Today I thought that the quests yesterday were actually kind of cool. I like the dialogue that I was skipping and the locations and stuff. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to skip all the dialogue because the game hasn't hooked me yet. But if I do get to a hook point and I make a new solo self-found character, then I will record myself going through and like doing a blind paying attention to the story playthrough. Reading all the dialogue, doing all the quests, that sort of a thing. I'll feel, I think, motivated to
I'm watching you.
do that. Right now, I think if I sit here and pay too much attention to it when I'm not feeling connected to the game or feeling like I'm really excited about playing it for longer, it's just going to take longer for me to get to the end game that's supposed to hook you. So. I kind of dislike the flask system of this game too, because it seems like you're trying to get to a build where you effectively have infinite resources via flask spam, and that your flasks keep coming back because you're killing things so quickly. And that's effectively similar to the way it works in like Diablo. In Diablo, it's you have a generator and a spender is kind of the system that they landed on, and what you're trying to do is you're trying to get to the point where you have so much of your spender resource that it's effectively infinite, and there's multiple different ways that you do that in different builds. So like you go from having to use a generator on weak enemies and then use a spender as like a finisher, and then in the late game you have the right combination of gears such that you can just cast things infinitely. And it looks like you can still cast things infinitely in Path of Exile. You just have to, there's just this extra input tax that you have to remember to tap the mana potion key every couple seconds or something. And then there's all these other abilities that are, maybe it's part of the problem of the build that I selected where it's like focusing on flask benefits. So it's like intentionally set up to encourage you to always have a flask effect running so you can benefit from the attack speed benefits and stuff like that. But still, it's just I feel like the flask should be an oh shit, I'm in trouble button, and not a button that you're hitting constantly. And I guess I like the idea that they wanted to explore flasks further, and they're not just health and mana flasks, they're also, movement speed and other interesting things. But it just adds a lot of extra inputs to a game that I think part of the reason that action RPGs are exciting is that they're so input light, But anyway. I guess if I could get an item or even just a normal upgrade that made it so all your flasks activated automatically as they were needed, it would feel less bad. I definitely did a couple of builds like this in action RPGs, especially in Marvel Heroes, where the way you played the game was to run around the map and like mash 4 keys on the keyboard constantly, right? I was like, when you get to the point where you're not going, oh, my mana is low, I'm going to activate a mana potion, and just like hitting the key every few seconds, it seems pointless for it to even be an input at that point, So, anyway. I think the most enjoyment I've gotten out of this game so far was actually the Ascendancy trial, where the traps made it likely that I would die if I wasn't paying attention, and if I did die, I had to start the whole thing over again. And the boss fight wasn't hard, but I had to at least dodge the abilities so that I didn't die and have to start the whole thing over. So I think part of it is that these games have iterated to a point where we're going to minimize the death penalty. And it's not that I've died at all, because the game's also extremely easy at this point. Everything, I think I complained earlier that all the enemies are still basically the same thing. I haven't run into the, oh god, this is the mob that charges at me, and if it hits me, I'm dead. The only interesting enemies have been like act bosses and occasional mid bosses. I assume this is all just the feature of iteration. The game hasn't always been like this, basically. Azurite mine. This is another. Oh my god. How many of these little encampments did they add? Oh my god. Well, that's actually kind of neat. If I'm understanding what it is correctly. I appreciate that they spread these throughout the acts. This must have been like a League mechanic where you're digging through this mine using sulfurite that you found. Sulfite. You have to actually follow the minecart. Yeah, this is a neat mechanic. I'm glad they don't throw this stuff out from season to season. Pure living azurite. Toxic generator, sulfide capacity, darkness resistance, light radius. Okay. Alright. Flares and dynamite. What? Interesting. I don't have enough sulfide to reach this location. Alright, well, I'll try to get more sulfite in the mine, I guess. That's what we're doing here. Neat mechanic. Each time you find one, it gives you more sulfite, and then you can take the sulfite back down to the mine to dig deeper into it. It's actually kind of a cool mechanic. This would have been super fun to learn as part of a new season. I wonder what they could do to teach this stuff better to a completely new player. Yeah, I mentioned just giving you a fully vanilla playthrough if you check I've never played this before, and then slowly opting into other content, but so I imagine the impact of these is completely different in the end game than it is in the early game and mid game. But it doesn't really matter what mechanics a player runs into during leveling, right? Because I think the fear would be, oh, if we let players exclude the new endgame content. Oh, that's the dark effect. Oh, it kills you if you're in it for too long. It's kind of cool. Why you want light radius? The fear is if you let players do too much of this stuff. Choose a destination. Let's go. Contains weapons, contains azurite. If you let players choose that, then they're going to pick stuff that's more advantageous. But I guess, like I said, is, you know, once you get to the end game, force you to have all of the content unlocked. This is actually really cool. I like this mechanic a lot of like having to follow the because light radius has never actually mattered before in any of these games, as far as I know. It's kind of like the bucket in Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. It's neat. Talk to Nico at the mine encampments. Craft 2 flares and dynamite. Okay.
Little pair of sticks you got.
Use dynamite on a fractured wall. Okay. That's cool. Once you finish a path, it puts like a line of light there, so you can go back and explore it. Interesting. Grow bow with 5 links. That's nice. Fortunately, it's blue, but. Well, I haven't found any fractured walls, so I'll have to come back once I get more sulfite, I guess. Very cool mechanic, though. I'm a big fan. I think I'm kind of, sort of starting to see how this build plays out. I didn't realize that area effect was itself a stat. So when I first used Toxic Rain, I'm like, oh, this feels terrible. But That plus increased cast speed when I first unlocked the ability seems to help. Like I can see if you stack enough area of effect, you just cast this and it hits everything on the screen. I think it's hilarious the way they handled flasks and sizes of flasks. I feel like they needed to start with like teensy tiny flask, slightly less teensy tinier flask, diminutive flask, right? But they start with like you go from small to medium to large in like Act 1. And now they're having to keep coming up with new flask tiers over and over. It's very funny. Entering people's dreams. That's cool. I feel like I would this flask thing. Like I just got a flask that says it increases your critical strike chance, which is interesting. But I feel like if this were a different game, and I assume that the Path of Exile devs disallow this or ban you for doing it, but I feel like people would just make macros that whenever you press your primary attack key, it also activates all 5 of your flasks. Especially once you're at the point where you're so fast that you don't need to use any of them tactically. At least starting to see some unique looking enemies. Enemies that only pop out of like lava pools. That's nice. Oh, I've got a boss that's killing me multiple times here. This is very exciting. Alright, I just had to dodge his attacks. Makes sense. This is a much more interesting act. I'm actually enjoying this game more now. Just an act. This is Act 4, I think. The areas are much more memorable. Even the mine. You think like the mine is the most boring zone you could come up with, but it works. I like the idea of this like fighting pits area. Even this is a cool zone. Topless arena. And maybe it only works because you're like going into people's dreams, so the areas don't have to make sense when connected to each other. It's just powering up like a mining drill, magic mining drill. Neat. Enter the belly of the beast. Neat.
So this is what life inside of a nightmare
Life
looks
inside
like.
a nightmare. This is another cool area. This act is really neat. Maybe part of the issue, like I'm starting to enjoy the game a little bit more. And I think it's because I finally have enough combined gems and gear and passive tree options that I can play the game by running through the dungeon and just tapping attack occasionally without having to think about it. It seems like the enemy density and the feel and layout of the game in Act 1 is not all that different from the later acts. Like, density doesn't really change over time, and I assume that that's good for someone that's playing the game. Again, making a new character, someone that's playing through all of the acts. But this is something that's definitely a thing in Diablo. I know I keep comparing it to that, but that's probably the most salient example people have experience with. I could just as easily compare it to Marvel Heroes. But, you know, you have low density early on in your acts, and, you know, you really only start to see max density towards the end game and when you're doing riffs that are optimized for density, which is more fun at the end game. So it feels like the whole game is set up the way the end game is set up, which maybe doesn't feel super great when you don't have good abilities early on and you're manually having to cast Caustic Arrow and slowly kill everything. Basically, RuneScape taught me this premise that, like, I'm super into games that are low attention, and I'm also super into games that are high attention. I would argue that every Dark Souls, Soulsborne game is a high attention game. But the worst case scenario is when something is really high attention, but still really easy. You know what I mean? It's either low attention and easy or high attention and challenging. And if you do those wrong, if you get... I guess I've never done something that's low attention and difficult. I'd have to think about it. But high attention and easy is like the worst possible combination because you're having to pay it more attention than is fun. But you're not getting the feedback of, well, that was actually hard, so I felt good about dodging all of those attacks and paying attention. So anyway, I bring all that up to say that now that I have this upgraded Toxic Rain and I can just kind of run through the dungeon and click it occasionally whenever I see enemies and then keep moving, like, the game is now lower attention. I'm not having to look at each enemy group, carefully target my my Caustic Arrow, consider whether my Caustic Arrow did enough damage to kill the enemy, right? I can just tap it a couple times and then keep running. Bowels of the Beast. I'm hearing Piety. Jeez. Piety. Shit. I'm dying a lot more. I think it's just that I haven't upgraded my armor in a while because my current armor has the right stuff that I need. Has the right gem links. And it seems like a pain to switch between them. Find Malachi's organs. I do like how many of these encounters are sight readable. I feel like that took them some work in order to design all of these bosses so that when they do an attack, you have like a second to realize what's happening and get out of the way. I think it also means they must have spent some time and effort making the animations look obvious of what's going to hurt you if you touch it, you know. Often run into games that have a visual soup problem where you just can't tell. Hallowed Flask, okay. Piety's gonna help me for this fight? That's kind of cool. Now I want to pay attention to the story next run through. And I will do that. Probably included a preamble at the beginning of this recording where I said I was going to do that. It's pretty cool looking. It's tough. This is one of the first fights in the game where I don't have access to infinite healing via weak enemies being spawned that I can constantly attack for flask charges. Trying to just dodge damage here. Resist chaos. Well, that's an issue. This is a tough fight. Looks like you can only damage him when his shield's down, too. Which once his shield came down, I was able to do quite a bit of damage. Pretty cool looking enemy. Heart of the Beast. Now I've got ads. Source of generating flasks. I guess if you can have your entire build be built around having flasks, like you'd have to have a lot of these bosses give you ads that you can recharge them on, you know? I'm kind of getting my ass kicked here. I'm digging it. Actually having to pay attention. And it's a little frustrating that I can corpse rush this guy. Would love if, like, every time I died, like in the labyrinth, I had to start all over. That would make me very happy indeed. Hooray! End of the nightmare. This is a much more memorable act boss, assuming this is the act boss. Nice. There's the cool death animation too. Okay. Picking gems, and you look up if any of these are ones that are eventually involved in this build. Increased area of effect could be good. Withering Touch, Chain Support, Swift Affliction, Efficacy, Empower, Void Manipulation, Duration, Greater Volley, Barrage. Summon Golems. Life Generation, Attack, and Cast Speed. Kind of wish instances didn't reset. I see why they do. Cool snowy area. Probably gonna take a break here in a second. Make some lunch and do laundry. Alright, I'm back. I'm still trying. Here we go. This is probably going to be way more than 8 hours stitched together, but this will be nice to have one quick fast-forwarded experience here. Oh, hey, the legendary drop. the one I already have? Because that would be annoying. No, I guess it's not. Kind of crazy that I've seen so few uniques throughout all this. Wow, this is great. This is a really good drop, actually. Attack speed up, evasion up, dexterity, life leech, mana leech. Cool. Church map with the stained glass window is pretty cool too. Hey, is everything okay? Oh, there's a cutscene that's playing. That basically never happens. It was kind of a cool boss fight. I assume this isn't the end of the act. It's pretty early. Sorry, my wife called me there. She's heading in to do something in the office. Not a lot to do because of COVID, but a couple things that she has to be in the office for. And she was waiting in the parking lot. That was a cool little boss fight there. The statue cutscene afterward. I have no idea which Viridian jewel to take, and I'm struggling to find it. Watcher's Eye. Thread of Hope. I don't think I have access to either of those. None of these seem to do anything with my current abilities. Take something to take something, I guess. I think the build guide I'm doing has a custom loot filter that I might try to figure out how to install here. So I don't know how to read Filter Blade at all. It's all these different big colors and stuff. I don't know what any of it means. Alright, I'm going to try to do that now, so I'm going to hide the screen while I try to figure that out. Super complicated. Authorize. Sync with PoE to add the filter to your account. README. Place in the same folder as your filter file. Okay, I'm trying to find it here. How to install loot filters? I guess I have to do it from a thing in game. Okay, see if that did it. Do I need to like back out of the game? I know the screen is hidden at the moment, but this is so frustrating. All right, well, I'll keep working on trying to get it installed, but I got to get to like a waypoint or something. I think they've tried to set it up so that you just have to like sync things directly on the web. You don't have to do a bunch of complicated stuff to install it, but you still have to start by doing something complicated to install it. Maybe that was the end of this area. Alright. Well, I'll go ahead and close out then. Oh, God. Well, that was the thing I was trying to hide. Give me a sec to try to boot it back up and see if it's fixed now or something. Custom sounds need to be downloaded and inserted into your local PoE folder. I did that, and it doesn't seem to want to work for some reason. Still trying to figure it out. README. You've added and downloaded custom sounds for your filter. Sound files need to be placed in the same folder as the filter file. This is a list of all used custom sounds. I hate this. This is terrible. The fact that the game officially supports this and thinks that this is fine is very frustrating to me. I guess it's stressful that the game even has this need for a filter. I think that's kind of fucked up. Filter loaded successfully. Okay, whatever. Let's try to just play the game now. It's kind of like how Japanese RPGs have tacitly admitted that they're bad by including fast forward functions out of the gate. Oh, the game just crashed. That's a first. I think the whole concept of the item filter is such a bizarre, fucked up. And to me, it's like it's bad enough if people have modded the game to do that for you, but the fact that there's an official in-game support for it it's like a nightmare. The devs are like, yeah, you need one of those. That's on purpose, right? Oh, that's cool. Giant boss. Haven't gotten one of these. Oh, it's the statue from all of the game's advertising. That's cool. And the one from the big cutscene earlier. Down with that. Now he's all pissed off and demonic. Of course he is. Don't stand in the red, it turns out. Okay. I wonder if this was the original ending of the game. And that acts 6 through 10 are new. How many times can I die here? I like the light laser that keeps dropping on it. It's fun. Oop, new form. This is a pretty sweet fight. I dig it. It's like an awful breath attack. Defeat these active monsters. Katava, Insatiable. Talk to Sin.
There is no shame.
Are we scripted to lose there? Interesting. No shame in losing to a god, it said.
Remember, this ain't no charity run.
Back to Lion's Eye Watch, that's kind of cool. Part 1 versus Part 2. That's pretty cool. So you're back at Lion's Eye Watch in Act 6. I dig that. That'll be a good stopping point. I gotta prep for stream here shortly. I am gonna read through all the story stuff on my second self-found solo playthrough whenever we get around to it. Eat. Cool, thanks. Hopefully this has been kind of interesting. I have no idea. Alright, I'm here. I'm still going for it. Act 6. Back to the Rogues Encampment. I mean, Lionized Watch. I think that's a cool touch. Pull up my build guide and get moving here. Props if they were able to get more use out of the maps from Act 1 through 5. We got new enemies and stuff here. It's kind of cool that you got the beast capturing now. You got a unique sword, which I won't be using, but I guess I can bank it. And another tarot card. Red Beak, Rusted Sword. 40% global accuracy, increased damage on low life. Adds 2 to 6 physical damage, 10% increased attack speed. 2 life gain for each enemy hit by attacks. Ah, okay. This is definitely a lot harder in Act 6, so I wonder if this is like their replacement for normal Nightmare and Hell difficulty or whatever. That it's kind of going through the old acts again, except now everything's more difficult. Enemies do more damage, that kind of thing. I'm definitely not defensively prepared for this. The guide kept saying things about make sure you have your resist squared away by Act 6, and I assume that's for people that are familiar with the game and know what it means to have your resist squared away, like what thresholds you should be looking for on gear. I definitely haven't been paying attention to that at all. Abyssal Trove? I chased some kind of like tunneling enemy there. It looks like it gave me a reward for doing it. Abyss, okay. Don't know what that means right now, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to die more often, which on the one hand is fun, that I'm not just like raffle stomping everything without thinking about it. But on the other hand, I don't know how to not have that happen anymore. So I might need to Google what kind of like seasonal global resistance stats you need to not get wrecked like this. I guess, okay, so I'm Googling it, and it seems like, basically, yes, Act 6 is like Nightmare or Hell in Diablo, but I feel like just having that arbitrarily happen in an act break, if you've never played Diablo before, you don't know that that's happening. Like, how do you know why you're suddenly going from dominating everything to getting one-shot by enemies? Like, there certainly is not a pop-up. I don't know, it's like when it's a difficulty setting that you're meant to level through, and there's all of this, you know, UI element that's like, this is harder, but it's better loot and better XP. you know, here's how it's harder, or even just you're now switching to a higher difficulty, so expect the game to be more difficult. It's weird for it to be something that just happens as part of the story that roughly mirrors changing difficulty like in Diablo. I feel weird about game mechanics that like borderline require knowledge of how a different game in the same genre functions, right? So I still have to keep researching. I might pause and stand still for a second while I try to figure that out. I need to look through the gear that I've already banked and see if there's anything on there. Resist need to be 75%. Now, they're all negative right now. Okay. Well, I guess that's more important than other things at the moment. Weird. I'm gonna see what I can buy from shops, I guess? I honestly don't know. I think the equipment that merchants sell is worse, like sockets and stuff. I guess I don't know that for sure. Alright, well, I'll start looking for it, start identifying stuff as it drops. Ooh. Legendary bow. That's exciting. I think that's pretty clearly an upgrade. I gotta reforge the sockets on it. 60% increased mana regen. Cool.
I am Sin.
Requirements not met. Oh, it gives you buffs. Okay, I need to figure out if this is a decision that I'm making. Hold on. We have one major and one minor god power active at a time. The major gods appear up top, the minor gods appear below and are smaller than the major gods. You can unlock new god powers or defeating them in battle. You can enhance these powers by capturing the souls of bosses and endgame maps. You can only change which god powers you have active when in towns or hideouts. Okay. Cool. Looks like I have that standing still benefit. Okay. That's kind of a neat mechanic. Try to get better sockets on this bow here. Okay. Use a lot of resources to do that, but hopefully it's not terrible. I might look into crafting the gear for resistances here. I think that's maybe the way to try to do this. I don't know what crafting options I have though. Hold on. I think it's in my hideout. Helmets. All elemental resistance. Okay, I got my fire and cold resistance to be positive. Lightning and chaos are negative still. It looks like I need to find different items to craft stuff onto anyway. Alright. Admittedly, slightly more invested now that I like have to pay attention even with regular enemies, and I'm not just running through stomping everything. It'd be funny if that's all that I really needed. I guess the big thing is that now I'm excited about loot drops because they actually matter. Like, I actually kind of want to look at loot and I know what apex I should be looking for. But I didn't have that for the first 17 hours of play. The only thing I cared about was bows dropping or, I guess, new weapons and gems when I was trying to play it on stream. Oh, it's interesting. Reassembled Brutus. A neat fight. I enjoyed it. Oh, this is cool. 4-slot, 4-link helmet. Probably replace my current helmet. It has cold resistance on it. Evasion rating. It opens me up to be able to replace my chest piece here soon, which would be nice. So I can put Toxic Rain on there. So, I like this game's handling of boss fights a lot, but it's weird to me that there's so many bosses that have like phase change mechanics, and I feel like they just kind of happen like oh, the boss left the room and I have to go to the next room now. Like that's a thing in Diablo as well, especially in Diablo 3, where bosses will switch phase, fly in the air, not be damageable. But I don't know. I feel like there's like a voice line or there's something that tells you that a phase change has occurred. Where here it's like, oh, I guess there's a phase change. I don't know. It's still cool design. I guess it was. I wish it was made more clear what's happening, like why you suddenly can't damage them, or that you have to like zone to the next map or whatever. 5% reduce fire damage taken while moving, unaffected by burning ground. Okay. So this is. Do I want this? To pick. I'm not actually stationary much of the time, so I'm going to take the reduced fire damage while moving. Seems fine. What the fuck is this? What? Ghoul Covenant Contract Underbelly. Requires brute force. Okay, is this one of the famous maps that I've heard about? I think that's what it is. I think it's a map, which is a place you go to farm for loot. Okay. But it drops. I'm like, what is this? Ran into some kind of crazy portal. Spawned a bunch of enemies. I don't know why these boots are highlighted in blue. I'll look at them, but because of the gems? I have no idea. Maybe that was a prior League mechanic. It seemed like there was like a time limit, and the more enemies I killed, the bigger the time limit went up. It's interesting that that's just there. Just find random sulfite in the world. That's kind of cool. This is kind of a neat concept of going through and like killing minor gods and taking on their powers. I sort of dig that. Life flask gain 3 charges every 3 seconds if you haven't used a life flask recently. This is the theme of go through all the acts and fight a bunch of gods. I think that's pretty cool. I like that. I've got all of my resistances to positive except for chaos resistance, so I'll try to work on that. Okay, so I wouldn't say that this game is clicked yet, but I'm having a better time now. And this is what everyone has been saying. It's like you gotta follow a guide and get to the good part of the game. I don't think I'm in the good part of the game necessarily yet, but the fact that things are harder, that I'm trying to get my resistance up, that there's a goal I'm working toward, that I'm interested in loot that drops, looking at items. I know only a couple things that I have to watch out for and can ignore the rest of the stats. Like, that's nice. I enjoy that.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So I guess I'm not committing to playing 100 or several hundred hours of Path of Exile just yet. And I guess you'll be able to tell based on how long this this edited VOD is. But pretty much acts 1 through 3, the game was just giving me a headache and I wasn't having a good time. 4, it started to have some interesting areas and boss fights. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. More maps, apparently? Okay. And rogues markers. I gotta figure out how those work exactly. I might start messing with ritual, maybe in the next act, now that gear is a little bit more important and I'm not as worried about just rushing through the early content as fast as possible. Before it was like, why would I bother upgrading my armor when everything dies instantly and I'm not in any danger? I think that really got in the way of me enjoying the first 3 acts, just feeling like I had to do the ritual mechanic on every single map. It was not worth it. Alright, I'm at the 81 plus points part of the guide. I think we're going left from here now. Legendary staff drop. Let's see. Chance to block attacks. Sack of the gems are supported by level 8 trap. Increase damage, maximum life, maximum mana. Oh, neat. I won't use it, but it's cool. Oh, that's cool. They're bringing mechanics back from later acts. I dig it. Cool. We had the cool little mini game to like fuel the beacon, and then we summoned a ship to bring us here. It's kind of cool.
Right? When I'm with
Working for Nessa, which has been the focus of the entire act. Yeah, I don't know if Act 6 was developed after Act 1 through 5. It's interesting because it's like, I can kind of pick up what's going on better, even though I'm not reading the dialogue. Like, obviously that's my fault, right? But I feel like if you're presenting your story right, someone's going to kind of get the gist of what's happening just from the locations you're moving to, the quest objective text. It's definitely true with, like, Diablo 2, not so much Diablo 3. Like, I keep comparing this to Diablo 3, and I do want to say that Diablo 3 is not perfect. In fact, it's extremely flawed, especially the storytelling is garbage in D3. but it's easy to follow. So I'm interested to go back and actually read the dialogue and see what's happening here, because it's kind of fun to put together, like, what do I think is happening, given that I'm not reading anything or listening to any dialogue. So I haven't pressed the Alt key at all. I didn't realize that there was all this extra stuff dropping that wasn't even making it through the filter, even with the Z pressed. That's interesting. I don't know what governs whether something is allowed to make it through, if this is based on like eye level, that I don't even see some of these anymore. I certainly appreciate it. I was over here thinking, well, Z is still just showing me every item that drops, but I guess that's not true. Seems likely that the mermaid's going to betray me. That's where I think they're going with it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Should have made that call earlier. They're doing a good job of setting that up. Oh, that's cool. The water comes into the center like that. I dig that. There's a lot of really cool fight mechanics in this game. Oh, shit. I dodged it the first time. I do wish I had to restart the fight every time I fuck this part up, you know? So I feel like being able to corpse rush it is kind of a bummer. Man, just getting wrecked right now. King Tide. Sagoth the Brine King. Yeah, big god. You can't be stunned if you've been stunned or blocked a stunning hit in the past 2 seconds. So this is one of the major gods. I'm allowed to have a major god and a minor god. Okay. I guess we should just equip it for now until we find the other ones. And this stuff makes sense, because if this is supposed to be the Kitava statue thing that we were fighting, right? Kitava's opposed to Sin or whatever this dude is. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be Sin on the bottom, and that's supposed to be the big statue thing. I think what I'll do, because this will be funny, I think once the playthrough's done and I get to the end of Act 10, and before I make a new solo self-found character and play through the story and listen to all the dialogue, I'll just, like, guess what happened. It'd be fun to see how wrong I am. 1 major and 1 minor. Sail to the bridge encampment, and that'll probably be another good opportunity for me to take a break here. That was quite a bit longer, too. I'm gonna pop back to the earlier acts really quick just to see if there's any quests that I skipped, in case there's any like passive points that I'm missing. I guess I can just look on the screen to tell, huh? Yeah, I never did use dynamite to destroy a wall, but I never found one either. Right, I think I have done everything, then I think we're okay. Cool, I'm gonna step away. This has been fun. See ya. Yo, I'm back. I'm actually, every time I've started up, I'm like, still seeing if I get hooked, but I'm having more fun now, so I'm excited to see where we get. I don't have a ton of time to play, but maybe I'll try to finish this act here. I assume this game had difficulties at one point and got rid of them. And I know I complain about difficulty settings in games all the time. It feels like there's an iteration sickness that they replaced it, and the replacement made sense to people that were already playing the game, but now there's no indicator to a new player that, like, oh, you're effectively in the harder difficulty now, right? Now, I wasn't thinking about this before, but I just realized that there's no damage numbers. Is that a thing that I can turn on? Maybe that's part of the weird game feel. Maybe I asked this during the live stream. Nope, there are no damage numbers, and apparently that's a dev philosophy thing. Very well. Okay, talk to this lady, and it brings up a big crazy temple menu. Flame workshop. Enter incursion. Okay.
I've got some in
12 incursions remaining.
time to go.
It's a time portal? I have only so much time allowed in here. Okay. Kill all of the monsters, I guess. Each one I kill let me stays in here longer, I guess. I don't have the item required to enter this passage. I think I killed all of them, but now it's too late.
Good job.
Okay, I get the idea. It's cool. I don't know what allows me to go on a new incursion. To unlock new locations or something, I guess? Whatever, it's fine. At least I know how it works now. Sort of.
Coins
Enter incursion.
and it's time.
Banquet hall. Okay, well, it didn't actually do anything. Got it. Didn't fill the meter that time. Maybe that's more important than trying to hit those switches. Okay. That's cool. It looks like the forest encampment from Act 2 is like on fire now or something. That went better. Another wand. I guess I'm unlocking new rooms basically by using the keystones. Gotcha. But really I want to fill the kill meter more importantly than anything else, it seems like. Sanctified. Even more bigger. Got one of these portal things again, where there's like a time limit. Maybe there's not a time limit. Maybe just that last time that there was. The time limit was for some other mechanic that was happening at the same time. Oh, now I'm getting a time limit. Weird. Okay. You know, it's interesting. There's still a lot of decisions in this game that Diablo 3 made that were streamlining that this one seems to refuse to make, like, just so that it's not like Diablo 3. Like, having to still have identify and portal scrolls instead of just being able to right-click items to identify them and being able to just press a button to town portal. I mean, it seems trivial to keep a maximum number of those scrolls on you all the time. And it just adds to the loot spam. But the only reason I can imagine that they haven't changed that, I mean, they clearly don't make you carry different potions, right? They have this potion cooldown thing. Imagine if potions were actually consumable. It wouldn't work with their whole potion design. I really hate that these maps reset after a few minutes. I get that it's important for people that are grinding in the end game, but I wish there was like a mode that you defaulted to where during the story it doesn't do that, especially if you're not connected to play with other players. Like, 'cause I imagine a vast majority of the people playing through this game for the first time are doing so solo. I feel like beating the game once should be the requirement, or have it be an adventure mode setting when you make your character. It's like, no, I've played it before. I don't need to have the maps not resetting. And maybe they do it for like data conservation reasons. They can't have all this map data for every person playing the game. But again, if it's solo, I don't see why it matters. Map device, activate. Okay.
We have woven a thing.
Open Malagaro's map and find the black. Is this where you go to do maps then, under normal circumstances? Okay, it's there to teach you how these are supposed to work, I guess. Interesting. Cool. Well, I was under the impression that maps have been around for a long time, and I'm guessing these new acts are new acts. They're from an expansion. Oh, you die, it kicks you out. This is finite number of lives, basically. Cool. Super easy to get stacked out. You just get hit like 8 mobs at once. That's what I need resistance for. Does that guy count as a god? That's cool. I've got all my resistances positive now, so that's good. I finally swapped out those Wanderlust shoes that gave me freeze immunity, my first legendary drop. Shoes I got aren't great, but I was able to put movement speed on there. That was the main reason I wasn't swapping them. Cool. The forest encampment is a place where you have to fight now. I dig it. It's a cool art piece here. It's a totem with all the faces and the skulls on it. Thanks, Sin.
Away the tyrant's face, and kingdom end without a trace. When you try to control everything.
He count as a god. Ralakesh. Reduce damage taken while moving. Physical damage over time while moving. Yeah, I'll keep it on the fire one for now. Just got a legendary flask. That's cool. Killed a green ghost, not a treasure goblin. Totally different things.
Nicely exiled.
Stibnite flask creates a smoke cloud on use. 50% increased charges used. 100% increase in evasion rating. Grants level 21 Despair Curse. Is Despair the one I'm using? Oh. That's... I could put that on a flask. That would be nice. Gives you an aura during the flask effect. Yeah. I'm not going to complain about that. That sounds cool. An actually useful legendary drop that kind of sort of complements my current build. Neat. Yeah, because that curse makes everything weak to chaos damage. Seems great. I wonder if that's one of the things I'm supposed to have at the end of this build. Since it's much lower effort than actually casting the cursed. I can hit it at the same time as I'm casting other shit. cool. There's some kind of like bear, possibly god, bear boss or something. I love having this on a flask. That's nice. It was a Messer God. That's cool. Growth Coal. 1% extra reduction for each hit you've taken recently, up to a maximum of 50%. Edo. I like the theming of going around and killing all these gods. It's fun. The lady used the fireflies to burn herself. That was cute. Beginning of the end. Achievement complete. Did I get a significant character level or something? Oh, I'm level 60. Okay. I don't know why that's significant. Maybe it was significant in the past of the game or something. Gotta have a spider boss. Borderline mandatory. Like how virtually every fight has some kind of like laser dodge mechanic. Games like spiders don't shoot lasers, but that's fine. We'll just have the arena shoot lasers. Haha, it's awesome. Grabs the person who is worshipping her. Those laments. Oh, is she one of the goddesses too? Oh, she's an act boss. Oh, perfect. 5% reduced damage taken from damage over time, 10% chance to avoid lightning damage from hits. That's more interesting than the stun one. Okay. Neat.
You hear that?
I do appreciate that the acts start in town now. You don't have to go through like a... Wait, no, I was incorrect. I do have to make it to town. I'll do that real quick and then we'll call it so I can prep for stream. I don't know, those Sarn encampments all green and fucked up. Cool. I think next time I sign in, I'm going to sit and try to make some space in my bank, because I'm definitely starting to run into that as a problem. Alright, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. I'll be back. I think I'm going to end up editing this all together to play through up to the end of Act 10 as the playthrough, and I'll post that as an episode. We'll see if the fast forwarding works. I probably won't do more of these if it ends up being a shit show and impossible to parse, so we'll find out. I'll see ya. Hey, good morning. Play some more Path of Exile. I decided to sit and try to read through the filter list, and it's worse than just like it's like 6 pages, and it's describing like, well, these are oils and these are prophecies, and you know, a 6 linked item is going to get this highlight because you can vendor it, and it's like, what the fuck is this game? What are they thinking? Like, how is this okay? How is this acceptable? I appreciate complexity. I appreciate that complexity often produces depth, but it's embarrassing. Like, I feel like it's got to be something, you know, this is coming from somebody who has a really complicated, like, stream system that's impossible for a new viewer to grok, right? I've got sub-block and voting system and bonus streams and tags and all these things, so I get it. I can see how it can happen, but holy shit. And this is with the filter. This is with this optional third-party thing that I guess they officially support in-game now, but the thing that's shocking to me is less that it's that complex. It's that you need a filter to even be able to like understand what's happening, and the filter itself is complicated. So like even if the game was just designed from the get-go with a filter, if the items that didn't have some value just simply never dropped, or were hidden in the base game or something, like I feel like it would be bad enough.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends.
I feel like that's like a dev that's got to be a pretty high priority for them for Path of Exile 2, would be finding a solution to this filter problem. I think it's fine that stuff is useful like that. I guess I'm not complaining. It's cool that there's all this random crap loot that's actually not crap that you can use for other things. But if they had some way to tell you, like, this thing that just dropped, you should vendor it, because if you vendor it, it's going to give you a currency that you can use in order to get flask modifying currency. Like, one of the ones I saw is that there's a specific kind of hammer that when it drops with a specific number of sockets and then is sold to a vendor in combination with a shitty map, gives you a cartographer's chisel. And so the, the item has a specific color that it will include when it drops on the ground. Right? It's like, what? Like, the color alone isn't enough to communicate that to me. I need to read the 7-page filtered list that explains that. Ugh. I think it comes down to, I've used the term mastery before. Like, some games are sight readable, they're meant to be played blind, they've got all of their information there for someone to encounter it on their first playthrough. And some games are they're more about mastery, they're more about just playing the game for 100 hours and just developing this this mental Wikipedia, this database of what a prophecy is and what an ascendancy tree is and how all of the different league mechanics work, and that the gap between someone who's played the game for 100 hours and someone who's played the game for 10 minutes isn't necessarily a skill base. I mean, that's probably part of it, definitely part of it, but it's more significantly just a knowledge base. Have you read the book before, you know? And it kind of like builds toward people who have read the book before. Like, it's a game that's about playing it more than once. It's not for people that just want to play it and beat it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it attracts a different audience. I think a lot of MMOs are mastery games. I would say that I love RuneScape, and RuneScape is a mastery game. It's a game that you're kind of expected to be camped on the wiki the whole time. A lot of crafting games are like that. Yeah, I like Factorio a lot, but I think Factorio is a mastery game. You kind of have to camp the wiki, or camp forums, or be streaming the game so people in chat can give you tips as to what you should be doing. You know, it's not really designed well to appeal to a blind player who's trying to sight read the game and piece it all together on their own without any help. So that's my rant. I have a feeling that Path of Exile fans are like, yep, that's the game, and I love it.
There you go.
You know, so I don't think that's going to hurt anybody's feelings that I think that the situation with loot filters is an insane shit show. Like, I feel like people are just going to be like, yeah, you got it. Isn't it great? Don't you love it? Apparently I should always sell... Yeah, okay. I should always sell 6-slot items. I've been leaving these on the ground because the filter lets so much stuff through it, and I don't know why it's letting things through. But one of the things I saw on the filter website was that if it has 6 slots, it always sells for 7 jeweler's orbs, which are the things that I've been burning through too many of. Reforges the number of sockets. I'm going to sit at the bank here for a second and try to make some bank space. I think I can sell most of the garbage that I have in here. But I haven't wanted to sit down because it was going to slow down play too much. But fortunately, the fast forward's going to deal with that for me. And then I might try to figure out how the heck maps work. Fuck, I think I just... Oh, there we go. I might try to actually use some maps in a second. I'm actually curious what kind of stash tabs they have here. Light stash tab, different oil bladed maps, delirium stash tabs, unique collection. Oh, one of each unique item. I might actually want that. That's cool. If I already have the currency stash tab, I guess maybe it's an extra one. Map stash, delve stash, fossils and resonators, quad stash tabs. I feel like this is where you spend money on this game. Essence stash, extra stash, divination stash, fragment. 5,008. Okay. So I'd probably get anything that stores uniques, like not unique gear, legendary gear, but like anything that's like a currency, like the divination cards. I will probably spend money on that. I mean, I wish that I could just buy the game and get those things, but I see what they're doing. I don't mind their free-to-play model that much. I do think that it putzes with the game. I think it's alarming that only 20% of players have made it as far as I have in Path of Exile. I think that's because it's free to play and a lot of people are just buying it or just downloading it and being like, what the fuck is this? Right? So I will probably buy some of those stash tabs. But for now, I'm going to work on continuing to do save space. If I do buying stuff, I'll probably do it. I don't know if I already have my credit card connected to this game or not. So I'll probably end up doing that after splitting the recording. Anyway. Actually, I kind of want those stash tabs now. I'm sitting here thinking about it. 5 points. Ugh, this interface is not a fan. Oh god, it's not showing my info here, is it? Okay, let me just hide my screen here. I'm just gonna buy it here. Hold on. I don't want to buy anything from the shop that... The only thing I'd be interested in buying is stash tabs. I don't think I care about it. I don't want to buy gear for certain. Literally just space. Okay. So, I bought the first blood pack. I basically want to spend as much money on this game as I would if I was just buying it and then not touch it after that. Add 6 premium stash tabs at a discounted price. Premium tabs can have their name and color change whenever you want. I want a unique collection tab. So I'm gonna store those and they take up a shitload of space. I think I already bought the currency stash tab. Did I automatically get a free stash tab or something here? Let's name these currency and unique. Oh, can I not rename some of these? That's goofy. Okay. This one becomes 6 then. Fine. Cool. Uniques have been stored. Thought about getting the divination tab. Uniques. Divinations are gray. Currencies got blue. So they don't take up a ton of space, but hey. I'd rather than be stored like this anyway. Owned. Here we go. Neat. Okay, that saves me some space. I guess there's a maps stash tab. 72 of each map type. I feel like the currency stash tab, I must have bought that on stream before. That seems like borderline mandatory. Okay, I picked up a map tab. These not count as maps? Are you serious? Contracts. Okay. I guess I haven't found maps, so I guess I didn't need to buy that. Well, now I know, apparently. Here I don't mind just buying the stuff that stores a specific kind of item. I believe that's so expensive and you can't even use it at the beginning of the game. It's funny. Fragments. Okay, well, I think I got that under control now. Surprised I can't get one that's just for gems. I'm going to try to sort these here a little bit. Okay, I think I've organized into active gems, ball gems, green, blue, and red, support gems, jewels. This is probably a misuse of this tab. I could probably fit these all at the bottom of this tab, but I don't know how many more I'm going to get. I still have more cleanup to do, so I'm going to keep working on that here. Wow, you literally create stash folders. That's pretty funny. Can I not add more stash tabs? I feel like they would just want to give you as many as you're willing to buy, right? I wanted to buy an essence tab. It's a lot of different kinds of essences. Okay. I think affinity is if I just deposit, it'll automatically go to this tab without me having to navigate to it, hopefully. See if it actually works that way. Okay, yeah, that's how affinity works. Cool. Reduces my attention burden. Appreciated, game, thank you. Okay, so anything that has one of each socket gives me a prismatic orb or chromatic orb. That seems pretty good. I'll keep that in mind. I gotta figure out how to get to the Rogue Harbor. I have a quest in an earlier... Yeah, use a rogue marker to open a portal. Try that here in a second. Enter the portal to the Rogue Harbor. This must have been a seasonal league mechanic or something. 35 minutes of stash management. Thank goodness for fast forwarding. Oh, there's a lot going on here. Oh wow, this is an actual tutorial. Okay, I probably do need to read through these, but the game has trained me that usually I don't have to. Interesting. Show inventory. Prepare heist. Prepare grand heist. Yeah, I wish more characters had a dialogue menu like this. I wonder if this is a relatively new take. But some of this is lore, some of this is tutorial. Purchase. Contracts, it looks like.
Got something needs me.
See how fast these are. I kind of want to get these out of my bank, but they're also not helping me get to the end of...
A client wishes to utilize.
Contract trial run. Your first job. I think I can transfer these into this little locker, right? It's just an automatic stash tab to give to everybody. Yeah, that's nice of them. Smuggler's Den, County Records Office. God, Underbelly, Mansion. Okay, game. Whatever you say. Initiate the contract. Team. Contract's level is too low to grant blueprint reveals. Completing this contract will not grant blueprint reveals. Oh no, is this like a garrison? Is this a Farmville system? Wait, no, it's a mechanic. Okay, I was worried that they were like gonna go, and now you've got them running contracts for you. They'll come back afterward. So I'm bringing a lockpick with me. And I have to go murder things while they break into stuff, I guess. Okay. Which is the number of items I'm allowed to pick, I guess. Not the number of guards I murder. Do I not want to pick this? To decide what I'm carrying out with me, I guess. And mostly it's garbage. I like that the alert level is bound to how many chests you've successfully picked and not how many people you murdered. Secure repository. That's like the biggest one, basically. Ah, okay. Unique amulet, that's cool. But I guess the thing is, the catch is you don't get to keep this stuff unless if you survive the mission. Steal the urn of Farood. I don't think the alert level just represents all of the 20% less raising of alert level from opening reward chests. Okay. I think I understand. This is kind of a neat mechanic. They're really trying a lot of fun stuff here with the leagues. I guess I said I wish they would gate them better, but they kind of try to, right? Like, they've clearly put, I bet it's that item all the way in the western corner there. They try to make it so that you're not introduced to it until you get to a specific act, which I appreciate. I still think almost all of this is intended to be enjoyed in the endgame, that you're still kind of intended to play through the acts quickly to get passive points, so I would still argue that just having a vanilla experience that doesn't have any league modifiers, you know, just play through the acts, no shenanigans, and you can choose to have the shenanigans if you've played it before. You don't have to play it in newbie mode, but I think that would be a better way to do it, because I think if you can make it through 10 acts of gameplay without seeing any of this stuff, then you're probably more prepared to interface with any of it than you would along the act path. So then you'd probably do another playthrough, and that second playthrough would gate it the way they currently have it gated act by act. Urn of Farood. Escape the facility. That's cool. Take that. Just get infinite enemies after that point? No. Finite number. I can't tell if he actually has health, so it'd probably be better if he doesn't, and it's just that I have health. Yeah, I like the ideas like this. I like the mining idea. I thought was pretty cool. Neat concept. These guys are crazy. Cool on to get really dense. So I think that rock breaker is something that can be turned into a map chisel or something. That's why it's highlighted. Blessed Orb. I see the chests are all locked out now that the alert has started. Part of the issue is some of these items are favored because they're like the base in crafting recipes, and some of them are favored just because they don't take up a lot of stash space, so you may as well hold on to them, and I don't know how to read the colors on the tooltips yet.
We're still breathing, Rook.
Ice locker available in your hideout. Okay, well, I'm able to store stuff in the heist locker, so these don't have to take up space. I thought these were maps, but I guess that's not until later in the game. Sell the artifact Faustus. Oh, gives me more rogues markers. Okay.
Completed.
The rock ripper has to be sold with a map, which I don't know if I get those until way later. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Talk to Kurai.
I hope you enjoyed.
Blueprints. Okay, well I'm done with the quest parts. I think I'm gonna get out of here. Excited to see what this unique amulet is. Retaliation Charm. Increase damage with hits and ailments against blinded enemies. Increase critical strike chance against blinded enemies. 48% chance to blind enemies on critical strike. Blind does not affect light radius. Blind you inflict is reflected to you. Huh. That would be fun if there was a build that was centered around blinding enemies. Blind you inflict is reflected to you, so it gives you blind. Interesting. Well, I guess I'll just deposit that instead of using it. I think I can still... Yeah, that'll automatically go to my unique tab. Cool. Cool. Okay, well, that was fun. Let me get out of here. That's what I need in terms of stash space. I'm just gonna go play the game. Did I walk into a PvP area? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. I walked into a PvP area and I killed someone. And it was not on purpose. Sorry. That seems... Okay, it's fine. Don't think about it. Large cluster jewel. I think purple is a more exciting color. I feel like I need to go into the filters and try to understand what everything is and then set the colors based on things that mean something to me. So I was reading like a rare that has a light green background is better than a rare that has a dark green background, and I was like, really? Jesus. Like, try to orient it along the lines of like classic World of Warcraft rarity tiers. What the fuck are these symbols down at the bottom? These symbols in the bottom left of the screen. One looks like a ring. Looks like they're filling while I'm killing enemies. Is this from going through those big black portals that these things fill up over time? Honestly not sure. Tunnels contract. And I'm dead. Oh. Okay, so it's like kill a certain number of enemies, and then you get a certain amount of currency and jewelry, I think, is what that event is all about. Okay. Whatever. I think everything down here is dropping. Oh, jeez. So much for that theory by a fireball. See, I think everything down here is dropping, they're all doing chaos damage for the most part, other than that fireball. And that's the thing that I'm not great defense on. 5% resist. Yeah. I'll work on it. No, is that a god?
Once more into the breach. Once
No,
more into the
okay.
breach.
Bound spirit, something. I just got a crafting recipe. Elemental resistance is rank 3. I might actually need to try to use those. Kind of funny, because of the nature of my build, almost every time I die, when I get back to where I died, everything's dead. Because the toxic rain goop is still on the ground.
Slow me down.
Scholar boots. Neat. Requires intelligence plus 10 dexterity, increase energy shield, increase movement speed. Increase movement speed on at full life. That sounds pretty good if I didn't desperately need the resistance. Extra energy shield seems pretty good though. Yeah, it would be fun to have a full energy shield build where you're just using that for the constant uptime on being at full life, because all of the damage you're taking is to your energy shield and not to your health. I'm wondering if I'm already dealing with issues. These guys do chaos damage, yeah. Is that the main issue with uniques? That would be so lame if, like, the problem is that they don't have resist on them. And it's apparently not optimal to get your resists from the passive tree. Oh, legendary mana flask. Cool. I think I'm getting way more legendaries or uniques, whatever they call them in this game, than I usually do. Teacher's Elixir. Greater mana flask. Increased charges used. Removes 20% of your shield on use. You take 10% of your max life as chaos damage on use. You gain a power charge. You gain a frenzy charge. You gain an endurance charge. Huh. That sounds like that's something for a totally different build. Gotta make some space. This is getting to be a shit show. Crafting some extra resistances in here. Removes all modifiers from an item. Okay. To give you more room to craft something, I guess. That's fair. So I just Googled and I was just like, you know, it seems weird that I have to, like, mash all of my potions constantly in combat. And I definitely didn't set the potion keys to make sense. Because I have E as my open inventory key, because I developed some muscle memory for that from Factorio, and it's kind of nice given it's where my hand rests. So it's QWGRT, and G is a terrible key to have bound to that. So I was Googling, like, can I just bind it to my right click? Like, can I just have it so that whenever I cast Toxic Rain, I also use all of my available potions? And apparently that's against TOS. It's considered macroing. I think I would argue that it's quality of life. Given the way they've designed the game, that you have to mash 5 keys at the same time while you're playing. They need to have a spam potions button. Even if it was just a keybind, one button that use all 5 potions. I mean, maybe the game wasn't originally designed such that the enemy density throughout just normal act play was so high that you would constantly have your potions off cooldown, but that's kind of where I find myself here if I'm moving quickly enough. Especially with this Pathfinder build. Just got a passive plus 10% to all elemental resistances, which I'm not sure if that's a flat plus 10% to everything, or if it's 10% of what your resistance is. But in any case, it capped my fire resist, so that's good to finally be at the cap for something. Probably gonna have to really hunker down later and try to cap resist for everything. It's tough because I see what they're doing with it. You know, it was definitely a thing in Diablo 2 of not only having to be able to damage everything because you have elites that were immune to certain kinds of damage, but also getting your resist as high as possible to all different damage types so certain enemies couldn't just like one-shot you. But at the end of the day, and this is an issue that Diablo 3 has really badly, it ends up being like a tax. It's like items need to have this in order for them to be useful. Kind of like the socket problem. I feel like maybe they could fix it with a currency. That lets you apply resistances. I mean, I guess you have it with crafting, but the crafting solution doesn't seem great because it seems like that is part of what keeps an all unique playstyle from being effective. I guess maybe you could fix it with the loot filter, but I feel like you don't want to depend on the loot filter as a way to fix things. I assume there are some builds that don't care. Like, there's a skill, there's a passive in Diablo 3 for Monk called One with Everything that I think they've nerfed because it was too strong. But the basic idea was that whatever your highest individual elemental resistance was, it automatically updated all of your other resistances to be the same value. So instead of having to look for all resist, you could just look for lightning resist, and that would count as all resist. And it really made gearing a lot easier on Monk. I mean, you had to burn a passive on it, which was a pretty significant price to pay. So I guess if you've got a lot of stuff on the passive tree that's willing to break the rules around resistance, I guess there's some fun design space there, in theory. But hey, legendary boots. I'm starting to realize that if I encounter a mechanic that has like a league mechanic that lets me trigger a spawn, the way Toxic Rain works is I can just cast it like 10 times and then spawn it, and the goop will already be on the ground and kill them the instant they pop in. So that's pretty nice. Start doing that with bosses more. Probably use it for ritual, although the way they spawn for ritual, they kind of ease them in so you can't get away with that as much. Probably not going to bother touching ritual until I beat the game. I don't know if I'll keep playing as this character. We'll see. I think I need to keep playing this character far enough, even if I end up using like trading with people and stuff. I just need to see what all the mechanics are, because I remember when I first pulled up the build guide for this, and it was like pantheons, bandits. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And now I know what a lot of that stuff is, but I needed to see it in the game. You know what I mean? So seeing as much of the end game as I can will let me make more informed decisions if I want to make my own solo self-found character and play through the game a little bit more slowly and read the story and all that fun stuff. You do really have to compliment the enemy design in this game. This was something I heard people complaining about before I ever played Path of Exile. Even on stream, you know, I would read Reddit posts and kind of absorb some information of people's take on the game. And I think when it first launched, it had really serious, maybe mentioned this on live stream, like sense of hitting problems, not really feeling the weight of your attacks. And I think that there's a lot of enemies that have really cool animations when they die, so you can pretty clearly tell when they're no longer a threat. So I think they've fixed, if that was a problem, I think they've adjusted the animations to deal with that. But also, I really like how sight readable almost all of the enemies are. Like, it's rare that I'll get into a pack of mobs and they'll just fire off an attack that I have no warning for. As long as I'm kind of watching them, I can see, oh, that one's charging up a charge attack, or that one's firing a slow-moving projectile, or that one's shooting beam.
I'm not up to that.
And I still die, obviously, but I appreciate that. The real nightmare, and I think they actually patched this in Diablo 2, as crazy as that is, but in Diablo 2 there were these mobs that would just, in a single frame, activate an ability that would reflect damage on you, and it was the main way to die as a hardcore, or as most of the classes in the game. Part of it is you would get to the point where you would be doing so much damage per second. I just missed a treasure goblin. Shoot. You would do so much damage per second that you would run into one of these enemies and they would just proc their nonsense. There were two of them. Lame. They would proc their Iron Maiden ability that reflects damage onto you, and you would die in a frame out of nowhere. Everything would be fine. Bam, just dead. And I haven't had that experience much or at all in this game, so I appreciate that. Goat hide boots. Extra dex, extra intelligence, evasion rating up, movement speed up. 5% of damage taken recouped as mana. And additional extra movement speed for you and nearby allies. That's kind of cool. I wonder how much nearby allies type stuff there is. So I'd be losing 19% chaos resist, but it's a much cooler item than that, so I'll bank it in case it becomes a problem. Apparently just have some stuff left over to turn in Act 7. Do that real quick. Oh, it was a skill point. Should have done that sooner. Oh, I haven't seen a purple outlined rare before. Oh, those actually seem pretty good. Got movement speed, and lightning and chaos resist. Yeah, okay. Sure. Base movement speed isn't great, but it could be worse. I feel they had to give up on like talking about flasks being big, and now they just have to use increasingly intense words that mean holy. Like, oh, it's sacred, sanctified. Now it's divine.
There you are. Ready to
Oh, hey, this incursion thing again. Okay. I do like that they seem to have handled the previous League mechanics by limiting what maps they appear on. I think it would be a shit show if like you could get multiple ones on the same map. But it's like, okay, well this map is going to have, and I assume the sulfite mine thing is a League mechanic. This map's going to have sulfite. This map's going to have the incursions. And I guess that when the League is active, you get the League mechanic on every map, which is why we keep seeing the ritual towers everywhere. I was praising ritual when I first saw it, but now that I'm seeing the other mechanics, I think it's actually kind of lame. Like, it's not bad. It's just that it's not a cool, unique thing with a new map or anything like that. Pretty much just math, you know, which is fine. Guessing it's pretty good for trying to get specific items or seeing more interesting loot tables over time, instead of just having to depend on drops. I think this is my last level up for... Well, no, it's not. But it's... it says this is the 81 points level up. I think we take Constitution here. It's a pretty big life boost. And then now I need to start looking at 100... Okay. So this stuff's confusing, but I think what's going on is they want us to specifically use 3 fun points to put jewels on the board eventually, but we're going to start with no jewels. So I have 14 refund points. And later we'll replace them with jewels, I guess. So that's a thing? I guess I pick up more life from this section here. I don't actually care about life upgrades too much. There is a jewel socket down here, really. Stun avoidance. Finesse. Should have preview where we're going here. More damage with bows. I'm surprised I didn't get that sooner. Oh, cooldown recovery on movement skills. That sounds good. Yeah, let's start going to that. Armor has movement penalties? Okay. Weird. Assassin's Mitts. Just a white item with 4 sockets that are all linked. Oh, is that why it's... Okay. Whatever. I guess I could try upgrading those. Another thing that's probably in the interest of a vanilla mode is that, like, I guess it's admirable that every axe has comparable density of enemies. That's always been a problem in every Diablo, but especially in Diablo 3, where before Greater Rifts became a thing, everyone was like, let me find the axe that has the highest density of mobs so I can use my AoE skills as much as possible. But I think when you're playing through the story the first time and you have this insane monster density everywhere, like, it's kind of hard to feel the identity of a zone. This is supposed to be a bathhouse, right? So, like, I don't really feel that there's this crowd of, like, 50 bird monsters hanging out in a bathhouse. And that's the thing, that in the story mode of Diablo 3, you know, density's pretty low except in areas where it's specifically not for story reasons, like when you go to hell. So yeah, I think that all of this stuff makes sense given what they want the endgame to be like, but I've never seen a game that's really taken the endgame philosophy and applied it to the entire feel to play, and I think that if I had already played Path of Exile, that this would be awesome. If Toxic Rain was a new build that I wanted to try out, and I didn't want to slowly go through a boring, brutal, awful story mode. But I feel like adventure mode is the solution there, where once you've done the story mode once on any character, then in all future seasons in Diablo, you can start on adventure mode and get the full density and the freedom to move wherever you want, that kind of a thing. So, anyway. Basically, even with the game being free to play, if I were the developers and I was looking at the achievement stats for people who have cleared various acts, I would find it really alarming that so few players have actually just played through the end of the campaign, you know? Even though it's free to play, like, obviously you have to temper the statistics a little bit and be like, well, it's free to play, that means a lot of people bought it and booted it up for an hour and decided they didn't like action RPGs. This game has a lot in common with Factorio, that I think that it's got a pretty hardcore player base, and that snowballed when the game was a pretty early access release. I don't know if it was actually officially an EA game, but not like early access, not Electronic Arts. But if it was, and it drew a certain crowd, and then the devs keep like catering to that crowd, I can see how they automatically have a new player experience issue. Oh, I got my first actual map. Neat. This boss is rough. Having trouble jumping around. More purple boots. What purple means.
The mirrors are thus shattered.
They're like an in-game tier or something.
Yugal was a cautionary.
Your minion takes 25% reduced reflected damage. Chance to reflect enemy chills and freezes. Give that a try. I don't know how much reflected damage is hurting me. I don't know if it applies to damage over time. No jewels, let's see. Spent forever going the wrong way in a map. I wish every map had a waypoint on it. I'm sure there's a reason they don't. I will say 22 hours into the game, I have zero intuition for elite affixes. Like, it's either that they all die too fast, I can't hover over them, they don't project. Like, the only affix that seems noticeable is that smoke cloud one. And I guess there's like other things, like little auras that are underneath them, but I don't know, I guess they were introduced really slowly in Diablo 3, where you kind of feel like, oh, that's what Molten is, okay. Oh, and it leaves behind a little explosion. Oh, and it drops little chaos lasers everywhere, right? As good as the general, like, telegraphing is for enemy attacks, I feel like affixes I have... It's probably that I have no intuition for them because they don't matter. Maybe I'll end up caring more in the late game. I'm doing maps or something where the Apex could get you killed. So you have reason to notice what it looks like, you know?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Not clear what accuracy does. I assume that you can't miss in this game and that it's just like another damage modifier that gets compared against a special kind of enemy defense. Oh my god. Just a bunch of gems. That's cool. I need to figure out, I have a bunch of duplicate gems. It's not clear to me that it's even worth holding on to them. I'm surprised. The fact that there wasn't a stash tab for it tells me that holding on to them might be a waste of time. I guess we'll find out. Defeat the zombies. I remember rescuing Clarissa. We're just trying to help her seal this person, and it also happens to be summoning a bunch of zombies. It'll be fun to go back and actually read the story. Oh, he dropped it. Legendary Claw. Life gain for each enemy hit by attacks. Increased damage with movement skills. Huh. Neat.
How could I have been so...
Okay, I think we're about done with this act. This one's pretty long.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here. Hello.
Figure out what the hell prophecies are at some point.
Poor Tolman.
I'll book a skill for that. Yeah, I'm glad I went back and did it. The sun and moon enemies are fighting each other. It's the first time I've seen my performance start to tank in the game. There's so many units and they're all having to calculate damage against each other. Whoa. Freeze. I haven't actually seen my character get frozen because I had those legendary boots on for the first half of my playthrough. Made me immune to it. Solaris. Oh, that's cool. Both of them. They start by fighting each other. Yeah. I like this whole sun and moon theming in this section anyway. Pretty cool. It's a neat fight.
Lunaris.
Probably gonna take a break after this.
Eclipse cold pride, flaming rage, and
I keep
paths
getting these
beyond this human
shoes that are
age.
pink for some reason. Look that up and figure out why. Oh, sun and moon are gods. That's cool. Solaris, Lunaris. 1% damage reduction for each nearby enemy. 1% movement speed for each nearby enemy. Oh, well, there's only one nearby enemy. Okay, well, I like to surround myself with enemies, so let's go with that one. That's cool. Nice. Very neat. I love how the Brine King is a major god. Yeah, this art, I really like this concept art here with all the different god faces and stuff. That's awesome. I like how they've set themselves up to add more gods too if they wanted to. Okay, I'm do the usual. I'm gonna get to the town, talk to all the NPCs. Oh, the Blood Aqueduct. Okay, this place is different now. How is Highgate different? This is a great way to reuse the axe. Like Diablo, it's you play through the same axe multiple times in different difficulties. Although they've changed the way that works now, you don't have to do them in order like you did in Diablo 2. But I like that they keep the idea of they're going to get more value out of the maps they already designed, and then they're going back and like adding cool little twists on them. Like now there's a blood lake, and all the enemies are different. That's pretty neat. It's full on sulfite. I'll have to interact with that again here soon. Oh, cool. It's all bloody. Neat.
Scattered across the plate.
Veiled items.
Greetings.
In encountering the Immortal Syndicate. If you manage to defeat an Immortal Syndicate member, they drop a veiled item. Special rare items with veiled modifiers. Is to unveil the modifier. Oh, that's kind of cool. When he reveals it, you get 3 different options of what it will be. Unveiling them allows you to craft modifiers on your crafting bench. That's cool. Neat. Okay. I think there's a lot of stuff that they've thrown into this little help menu down here, which is kind of like their way of having plausible deniability for... well, we taught you. You just click that little help menu. That explains stuff. My personal preference is for non-manual ways of teaching players how your game works, like having your quests oriented in such a way that it slowly reveals to you what it does. Trade divination cards. Okay, it's a thing. And I think there are a couple of the League mechanics that are handled that way, where it's not just you bump into an NPC. It's like, okay, let's make sure that you understand beast capturing or whatever before you're allowed to move forward. And I guess that's what this is. Maybe I'm being unfair. They find the Immortal Syndicate fortification somewhere in the Marstead Desert, so the quest is still there.
Hello.
Shouldn't be mean to poor Path of Exile that's doing the best it can with a really complicated system. Okay, I got a bunch of garbage here. Oh, I can't deposit contract ISLIS prototypes? Huh. Okay. Is that a colorless support chip? Huh. Supports minions. Weird. Maybe it counts as red. Support skills create minions. Oh, interesting. Minions from supported skills take 40% of their max life as fire damage per second, but automatically blow up and deal fire damage to enemies near them. That's pretty cool. I could see that combining with other things in fun ways. Dig it. Okay, well, this is Act 9. We're getting close. I'm going to take a break. I'll see ya. Hey, how's it going? I'm back. I took a couple days break, but I'm going to see if we can clear this act here. Got legendary gloves. Bronze gauntlets, 37 to strength, Adds damage to attack. 85% increased armor. Iron grip. Strength damage bonus applies to projectile attacks. Oh. Seems cool. Legendary Tower Shield. Okay. Chernobog's Pillar. 25 max life. Adds fire damage to spells and attacks. Chance to curse non-cursed enemies with enfeeble on hit. 80% increased effect. That's cool. Okay. I might go try to use this contract really quick. Alright, I have to use a rogue token to do that, right? So I have a contract in my inventory that I can't get rid of. I think it's plot related. Alright. Doing this plot portal. I guess it's just like a critical mission to run.
We make nervous small talk.
I guess there's trapped instead of locked doors in this one. It's interesting.
Interesting tactic. Beautiful design.
Alright, made it back. I like those little heist missions, they're cool.
My invent.
Oh, rogue markers. Good. Cobalt Jewel. Endless Misery. Increased elemental damage. With at least 40 intelligence and radius, discharge has 60% less area of effect. Okay, so I think that the way that these gems are supposed to work is that they make like a ring on the sphere grid, and then it checks to see if there's enough intelligence nodes within radius. That's kind of a neat mechanic. I like that. It's more than a little confusing for somebody like me, but still. Ugh, I never ended up actually getting to a waypoint here in the descent. I was like, I'm gonna go do this quest really quick. I forgot I was gonna reset this map. Womp womp. I think I ended up losing some loot because of this. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Try not to think about it. They must do the instance expiration thing for, like, server load reasons. We just go from an icy mountain to a desert? Okay, must have been a pretty long elevator there. You know, I would really appreciate if they added something to this game where, or to the filters where when you hold Alt, it would tell you why it was marked that way. Because I could go on the filter page and try to calculate it. I'm trying to understand why not particularly exciting like elemental resist flasks not only get a beam of light, but a lot of focus when they drop. I think it's probably that they sell for some sort of currency, but I think they have to be combined with something else. Knowing what to combine it with isn't great. I've almost got Fire, Lightning, and Ice resist capped. Chaos resist is still really bad, but I'll have to work on that in the future, I guess. Looking for an item for a quest. I wish this game had Diablo did this thing where it was like pity pop-ups, where if you were stuck on the map for longer than a couple minutes without finding whatever you were looking for, it would put a little ping marker for it. It's one of those things where it's not really that big of a time saver. It's like if it's already taken you 2 minutes to find the thing, then you've already paid the price, you've already suffered for it, you know? So it's not like you're like making the game significantly easier by doing something like that. Oh, I have to go to a different zone. Okay. So it's just not saying that here. That's fine. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is a unveiled item. Okay, like what the hell? I thought that was only going to drop from that specific Immortal Syndicate thing in the desert. Okay, pick a thing, and then I get to add that later on. I don't know which of these are better, to be honest. Penetrate elemental resistances seems more interesting. Oh, there were two. Alright, that's a fun mechanic. I like Unveil. Well, I'm going to pause for a second and try to figure out why some of these items are filtered, especially these boots. These boots keep showing up as pink, and I have no idea why. It's kind of driving me crazy. I literally just have to scroll down until I find something that looks like it. Oh, no, I'm not getting an answer. Rings, amulets, belts, jewels. I'm over here trying to like generate these. Hold on. To see if it explains why if I hover over it. Because it looks like the thing that I want for when I look at a filtered item for it to tell me why it filtered it is a feature of the loot simulator on the website. So I just have to keep simulating it until it drops a thing that would qualify. This kind of makes me want to die. I wonder if there's like a button I can press to get it to do that. Oh, press Ctrl-C over an item to copy it, then paste it into a box to recreate it. Item level 65. Endgame rares T3 arm boots. That's weird though, because it's not showing it as pink. I wonder if that's just a bug? When I pasted it into the Filter Blade site, it didn't tell me. Okay, well, let me do this a little bit more. I'm just going to slow down whenever there's a thing that shows up in the filter that I don't understand. Leveling flasks, handpicked, utility low. Why is there a light beam and a sound effect for it? It just seems deeply unnecessary. I mean, I guess I did set up a leveling filter for Toxic Rain, and maybe that's the source of the confusion, that it's like favoring items that it wouldn't normally. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. I think this is the god I'm supposed to get for my Pantheon here.
I'm not up to that just yet.
For this build, anyway. Pretty cool mechanic she's got there. Big tornadoes everywhere. Thanks, Sin.
Too beautiful for this ugly world. I shall. It shames me to know the horror.
Evade attack hits if you've taken a savage hit recently. Increase movement speed if you haven't been hit recently. That sounds nice. I don't know what a savage hit counts as, but... I guess let me try to figure that out. Savage hit. A hit that removes at least 15% of your max life. Okay. 5% chance to evade attacks if you're taking a savage hit. The way evasion works makes it so the chance of taking another hit immediately after taking a savage hit with the Garakan Pantheon is significantly reduced. Okay. Neat. It's not just 5%, I guess. 5% is underselling how good it actually is, the way it stacks with everything else. Running a sale on every type of stash tab. God damn it, I didn't know they did sales. Well, that makes me dislike the microtransaction system more. I just spent like a full game's price worth of money on stash tabs. Jesus. I think sales make MTX systems... I hate it in Pokemon Go. Like, just let me play the game. At least let me, you know, feel like if I buy something that it's gonna stick. But I don't need to wait for the optimal sale to get these things that are gonna be beneficial forever, you know? No me gusta. I think this greenhouse layout, I've seen it in a couple acts now. I think it's my least favorite kind of map in the whole game. Like, it's really easy to get stuck in these rooms and not really realize where you're allowed to go. If you're just depending on the map as a guide. Oh, I got the achievement for resist. Ah, because I found a shrine that bumped me up to it. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I think this is my least favorite map style. Maybe it'll be better once I kind of understand how it generates, but... I like how they're changing the way we're going back to the beast here. That's cool. Sin seems like a cool character. You know, without actually reading any of the dialogue, just kind of seeing where he's popping up, his relationship to the gods and stuff. I'm definitely more invested. Makes me wonder if this game has a Final Fantasy XIV problem where, like, they didn't really know where they were going with the story or what they were doing with it long term in the early game. And so it feels kind of generic early on and then gets cool later on. I guess it'll be interesting to see what the Path of Exile 2 campaign is going to be like. I'll probably, if I'm still playing the game, I will do that from scratch, you know. Because I'll listen to the cutscenes and all the dialogue from the very beginning. Is where we fought the cool boss before? Not quite, we're getting there. This is where we fought the cool boss.
Something doesn't seem right.
Oh, it's Malachi, the cool boss that I was remembering.
Friend Malachi has one final trick to play.
Defeat the spirits of Chevron, Malagaro, and Deidre. Alright. Whoa. My game just crashed? Oh. I lose... No? Okay. Kill the depraved trinity. Cool. Hey, look at this boss arena. Whoa, is it the three gods? It's pretty sick. That's what they're doing here. Pretty sweet boss, gotta say. This is Act 10, basically. I think I still had stuff to do in the previous act, though, so I'm gonna try to do that real quick. I can do the Cruel Labyrinth for Ascendancy points. Alright, I will probably try to do that, but let me try to finish this act stuff real quick first. I feel like I heard some drama about incursions. Like, that word is familiar to me for some reason, not having played Path of Exile. I'm guessing maybe the issue is that it like favors certain kinds of builds or something? Only the builds that can rush through a map at this speed, you know? I don't know. Level 70, apparently. Well, this is pretty good if the links weren't terrible. 21 cold resist, 22 lightning resist. I guess that's actually less than my current armor. Never mind. Fair enough. What the fuck? Hillock?
Just do it. You get.
Prison for 3 turns. This is interesting.
Hate the syndicate. Rather be dead.
I guess I'll execute them? I don't know what that means.
No, I am ready to do whatever you say.
Oh, I guess executing makes the other character. Gotcha. I don't understand, but neat concept for a mechanic. Hen map.
Exile?
I see. You unlock it as crafting once you've unveiled it twice. That's cool. I kind of like this mechanic. I think it's a cool concept. This ring seems pretty awesome. It's plus 69% cold resist by itself and plus 40% lightning resist. That seems really good. I'm overcapped on cold and lightning resist. Let's see what I can do about fire here. That setup gets me to 75% in everything. Okay. Hold on to that ring for a while. That's pretty sweet. I gotta start getting chaos resist now. Ranger bow. Baroque round shield. Whoa, a lot of text on this thing. Block recovery, block spell damage, global physical damage. Oh, that seems pretty cool. Seems like a build around unique. Shikari, I assume is a minor god. It's a cool arena for this boss. I like how it's not just like a little circular room. It keeps digging around. It's fun. I think one of the biggest strengths of this game is just how sight readable all the bosses are. I'm pretty impressed by that.
Rest, my child.
It's not easy to pull off, especially in this kind of a fast-paced game. Shikari, reduced chaos damage taken. Reduced chaos damage taken over time while on caustic ground. Alright, I'm looking forward to this. 24% increase damage over time with bow skills. 6% extra movement speed. 20% cooldown recovery rate on movement skill. Seems great. Big fan of that. I'm going to try to do this labyrinth, and I might take a break.
The future of the
Cruel Labyrinth. Let's go. Oh, I guess this has been available for a while. Oops. I didn't realize there was a separate one for Cruel and Merciless. I guess, yeah, I had it as of Act 7. Oops. Someone's been watching and screaming. I thought I would need to do 6 again. I don't think I got a pop-up. Maybe I did. Labyrinth is my favorite content in the game so far because you have to... There's a big penalty for dying. And you might be like, well, you should just play a hardcore character. I don't necessarily want my character to be deleted or retired if I die, but... I don't like corpse rushing stuff in games. It feels bad. Double resistances rank 2. Cool. Alright, I finished the task here. I got some legendary drops. I'm just going to upgrade my ascendancy tree the way that the guide recommends. Alright, I'm going to take a break. That was cool, though. I like how the boss had traps on it and stuff. I got my Ascendancy upgrade. It seems like it's a big deal. It affects physical and chaos damage, so I'm excited to try it next time. See ya. Yo, I'm back. I'm on Act 10. I'm almost done after all this. I was chatting with Haypax a bit, because I know he recently got back into Path of Exile. He's one of my good friends. And just... my thoughts on the game, some of the stuff I've been sharing in this VOD so far. You know, he kind of laid out what I had suspected, that basically nothing that's dropping now or has been dropping has been worth picking up ever. That all this stress about appraising stuff on the ground, even stuff that's making it through the loot filter, isn't really worth the time of day. I suspected that. It's kind of like that in Diablo as well. You know, even in D2 to a lesser extent. But I was thinking about it more and more, and I think that the burden on you to appraise things and assess the situation and analyze what's going on given that you have to make those appraisals every second almost of gameplay, that you're having to make thousands of them, the best thing you can possibly do for your mental health is just go, I'm just going to ignore everything. I'm not going to look at any of the loot on the ground. I'm not going to stress out about what is happening on the sphere grid or what stats mean. You know, I'm going to cap my resists and get as much life as possible, but other than that, I'm just going to ignore things until I get to the actual end game of running maps. Because this game will actually give me a stress headache sometimes. Like, I have never binged a game like this where I'm not actually binging it. I'm playing it in like 2-hour bursts and then turning it off and coming back to it the next day. Like, what even is that? I don't play games in a healthy way. I wake up at 4 in the morning and play them for 8-hour stretches, but I don't know how the devs go about improving that situation. It seems like the problem is there are a lot of really tiny, inconsequential decisions that the game is asking you to make and think about constantly without making it super clear that 99% of those are irrelevant, you know? I know it often comes up, the whole why is there so much crap to look at in Path of Exile. Brought it up before in comparison to Magic the Gathering cards, right? We're like, okay, well, in Magic, they can't just print good cards. They have to print bad cards, and there are reasons for that. But one of them is that it feels good to have been playing Magic for years and realize when you look at a card that has, I don't know, 2 attack and 2 toughness, and no stats other than that, no special abilities on the card, that it costs 5 mana to go, oh, that's a bad card, because I know I can get a 2/2 for 2, right? But that's like a one-time appraisal thing. You make that decision once, and it feels good when you come to that revelation. You're being forced to make little micro versions of that decision over and over and over in Path of Exile, like thousands of times. And the decision ends up having no consequence anyway. Like, the best appraisal you can possibly do is choosing to no longer appraise. Oh, this is cool. I think this is where we first fought Kitava, right? On this rooftop here. I really like the way they've structured Acts 6 through 10. Like, this is, to me, this is preferable to having difficulty levels and just playing through the same acts over and over. To come back to the same maps, but they've been changed, have different enemies and different layouts. I think this is a huge strength in favor of Path of Exile. Philosophically, I just think it's interesting that the most freeing thing you can do to have this game be fun is just accept that you don't care about anything. Most drops don't matter. Most currency probably doesn't matter, you know. Spiky shared some of the loot spam horror of the current endgame, where you just have an entire screen full of beams and currencies that crashes your computer. Spike shared that in Discord, and I was talking to Haypax, and Haypax was like, you know, I bet if I saw that drop, I would pick up all those currencies, because I absolutely would. It's basically just a screen full of currency drops. But that after you've done one of those maps that drops that insane amount of currency a couple times, you just learn, I only care about like 2 or 3 things that dropped here, and I'm going to leave everything else on the ground, because it's just not worth the time or the analysis stress of clicking to each and every currency that's there. I still don't really know how the whole spy thing works. It's a cool concept, but Merciless Trial of Ascendancy, let's go. Probably going to do this right away, because it looks like the Ascendancy upgrades are all pretty good. Let me finish everything else down in here, and I'll go do that right away. Imperial Skiing, 30% increase critical strike chance. Dodge hits while your offhand is empty. Oh, that's a neat concept. I forgot about this. I made a change. I was messing around in the options after I stopped recording last time. I turned on the improved tooltips where I can see like the names of affixes and the roll range. I was surprised that wasn't in the game by default. Didn't realize that it was an option to set. You may have already noticed that I've removed the part of the map that's just art, and I've kept the part of the map that's just actually the map. I think it makes the screen less messy, but it also makes it easier for me to parse what's going on the map here. I just made it completely transparent, basically. Alright, new trial of ascendancy. Let's go. Apparently I signed off last time without realizing I had extra treasure keys in my inventory, so I didn't get as much treasure from the last labyrinth, unfortunately. It says it's merciless, does that mean it... Okay, it doesn't further penalize my resistances, but it might. Portal Shredder. The next portal you hit will be killed instantly. Well, die to the boss. It's gonna be tough because I have to start over every time. I might need to get my defenses up higher or something. Give it one more try. Okay, I think this is the final boss. Let's see. Wow, I got one shot. That sucks. He was close to dead, too. Bummer. I'll keep trying. I think I can win. If I didn't stand in those spikes, I didn't realize there were spikes on the floor there. Whew, that went better. Definitely gonna use both treasure keys this time since I wasted some last time. Alright, it's a lot of words. Right on. Define font. Skull and a pair of gloves, boots, or a helmet to add a random enchantment. Tectonic Slam deals 25% increased damage. Well, that's not great. Altar of Ascendancy. Here we go. See what the next 2 points are here. Merciless Lab. I think it's these two. Reduced elemental damage taken. Flask gain 3 charges every 3 seconds. It seems pretty good. 20% chance for flasks you use to not consume charges. 10% increased charges gain. Flasks applied have a 5% increased effect. Immune to elemental ailments during flask effects. That's cool. Okay, got my upgrade. Took me a few tries, but we pulled it off. Should have gotten it the first time, but Didn't realize I was standing in spikes. Find a way to destroy Katava's horns. Blocking my path here somewhere? Interesting. That's cool. Staff to this guy, and he turned into a... Oh, isn't innocence something to do with sin, I think? Cool. The innocence at Katava's horns. I think I muted in time to stop that sneeze. Sorry if I didn't. Alright. Kill Katava. It's not the... Okay, that's probably the final quest. Makes sense. Cool. Altar of Hunger. Kill Katava. And try to do... Nope. Instantly died. I wanted to get this crafting recipe I skipped anyway. It's cool. So the first time we did not have sin and innocence helping, so... That's cool. I just grabbed sin. Interesting. Gosh. Okay, I think I see how that attack is choreographed, or telegraphed. Oh, I thought he was pulling his heart out. Shit. This is bad news, bears. This is all floor AoEs, I think. This game sometimes feels like a bullet hell. It's cool. Grabbed innocence that time. Shit. Shouldn't have come in here with so much XP. Should have just gotten a level up and then come back. If you defeat God or whatever, it drops antique greaves, and that's it. Cool. You're victorious. The epilogue is unlocked. Cool. Well, let me do the optional stuff just to be as be as anticlimactic as possible.
I'll come right out with it.
Book a skill. 2 passive points. Lucky day, apparently. Oh, that's cool. Epilogue kind of counts as an act here. Alright, let's do the rest of the stuff in Act 10 then. Yeah, I wish that I couldn't corpse run Katava, because it seemed like a cool boss fight. Everything seemed really well telegraphed. Alas. Cool arm sweep attacks, cool ground AoEs, that kind of thing. Big fan. I guess my resistances are already suffering just from beating Katava. It's not even from going to the next tier. It's good to know. I think that's ultimately better. That belt. I gotta get my chaos resist up though. Yeah, I like how Act 10 starts from where Act 5 ended. That's cool. I got both of the final 2 maps. I like the little Katava symbol there. That's cool. I think I'd want to do a pet build next, assuming that that's a thing. I always liked minion builds, necromancer builds. So I will see. Glad I did it. It's worth the book of skill. Fury bolts, apparently. Alright, one more quest to do, and then I'll check out the epilogue, and then I'm probably going to take a break. I'll probably edit this all together, probably into just one episode. We'll see. We'll see how much the fast forward pulls off. Alright. Act 10 quests complete. Make sure there aren't any other displayed active quests in any of these acts that I'm forgetting about here. So I'm going to do Nigo's explosives, but I don't think that results in like a skill point or anything. Oriath. I think this is where most players hang out. Search the Templar laboratory. Okay. Oh, is this the map machine? They want to make sure you have easy access to the map machine? Okay, guess that makes sense. Photographer's hideouts. Okay, that's cool. It's like, do you have to go back to a weird specific act, like Act 7 or something, to be able to use the map device? That's nice that they did it that way. Hey! Got Katafa's skull at display in town. That's pretty sweet. Fallen Quartz. It'd be cool if more of the dialogue was like characters accompanying you and talking about the lore. Black magic bars our way, but the will of a Templar is stronger. Just since the game is so fast, you know. That might be part of why I like the Trials of Ascendancy, because the guy's talking to you the whole time. I definitely don't want a repeat of Asmodan calling you on his Diablo phone to taunt you. In Diablo 3, that was pretty garbage, but at least it was happening during normal play and not a thing that would slow down normal play, you know? Oh. Dialogue's even telling me where to go. Appreciate that, game. It's cool. Yeah, this is great. Are they just changing their storytelling style for the epilogue? Cool. Yeah, got it. This is great. Maybe Path of Exile 2 is going to be going back and using this style. Interested to see, like, there's two things I want. Well, there's a lot of things I want from Path of Exile. I'll probably summarize them at the end of this VOD. But I wish that the devs could go back in time and apply all their lessons learned to the game from the beginning, instead of having to constantly iterate on a live service product. Because if they go back and try to scrap everything and start over, that's at the expense of new content for the existing veteran players. Given that that's not possible, they can't go back in time. I'll let this talk. Meet me in your hideout. Okay. The other thing would be, like, I know that Path of Exile is a response to Diablo, but basically it's like Blizzard's whole thing is they take a complicated product and they streamline it. You know, like Heroes of the Storm is to MOBAs and Hearthstone is to Magic the Gathering. WoW is to EverQuest. I know that this one's taken it back a field away from streamlining, but I kind of want to see, like, what would Blizzard of the 90s do? Not modern Blizzard, but what would Blizzard of the 90s do if you handed them what Path of Exile is now? Because I think this is a different product. I don't even think this counts as a Diablo-like action RPG. Like, it's so different in its core philosophy at this point that it's basically a completely different game. Movement speed rank 3, that'll be nice. Travel to your hideout. Is this gonna build a map thing in my hideout? Is this where most players hang out? Yeah, that is what they're doing. That's cool. Activate the map device. Place a map item in there. Complete objectives to unlock this modifier. Okay, that's cool. Too bad the stash isn't like right here.
The device seems stable.
Oh, he's gonna give me a map to use. Okay, that's cool. Let's do arcade map. Enter a map. I think it is limited lives. One small step. Search for Kirak's brother. Increase quantity of items, increase rarity of items. Areas unidentified. Okay. So this is like this game's version of endgame rifting random maps. I guess instead of it just being a deterministic path upward, you get all kinds of cool random maps with different modifiers and stuff. Hit Alt every so often just to see how bad the drops are, you know? This is pretty cool, though. I assume I have to find something now, like a token, to be able to do the last aspirant trial. Enter the Sacred Grove. I wonder if this is set up so that it makes more sense to kill things, or makes more sense to like get to a boss. Disperse life force onto a plot of seeds. What? Horticrafting station? Is this Farmville? What the fuck? I think this is... Defeat the harvested monsters. Oh, I've heard this word before, harvest. I think this is the mechanic that's really controversial right now. Because it's like, something about it is, it makes trading with players necessary, and it leads to possible scamming, I guess. It is like Farmville, it looks like. Interesting. Craft. Enchant a flask with a modifier that grants reduced charges used. Sacrifice a corrupted gem to gain 20% of the gem's total experience stored as a faceter's lens. What the fuck? Set an item to 3 sockets, set an item to 4 sockets. Oh, that's nice. Reforge a rare with new random mods, including a life mod. Oh, is this a way to get specifically the stuff that you want, I guess? Can't do anything with something that's corrupted. Forge a normal or rare. Wow. Yeah, this seems like this system kind of... It's an interesting choice. Because to me, at least, it kind of calls into question all of the other systems for reforging stuff, right? Like randomly doing it. Able to get my bastard sword. Assume I can just come back here? Try to head back in there and see if I understand this farming mechanic. It looks like it maybe isn't Farmville because it doesn't require time to pass. I found a specialized map. Okay, let's not look at that. That's terrifying. Alright, it does send me right back to where I was. Okay. Craft. Forge the color of 2 random sockets on either of them, turning them blue and green. I got a caster modifier. Yeah, wow. It looks like this basically lets you very specifically make the exact items you want. Interesting. Forge a rare with new random modifiers. Craft. I get multiple chances to do this, I guess. Randomize the values on random life modifiers. Attack speed. Movement speed. So you can keep checking each time you craft it, I guess. Interesting concept. Okay. I think I get it. So I can store stuff here to do additional crafting. Really wish there was a stash here. Oh. What are you doing, lady? Okay. I don't actually want any of these upgrades here. Okay, I think that's it. I think that means I'm basically done with that map. The Atlas. Fun. Alright, well maybe I'll look into how doing maps works and do that for the next episode. But I think this all got edited into one episode. Maybe it was 2 or 3 once I found out how long it was going to be on YouTube. Thanks for watching. I guess let me give my final thoughts on Path of Exile here. I said a little bit of it that I wish that they could stop developing the game for like a year and just focus on rebuilding things the way they would have if they knew what they know now back when the game first launched, because it seems like it has a lot of iterations that has problems. It seems like a lot of what's happened with this game is that they had a philosophy setting out to distinguish themselves from Diablo 3 Vanilla, and that those dev philosophies are still there. They've drawn a line in the sand, and they're just creeping as close to the line as they humanly can without actually crossing it. Things like the lack of auction house, just lots of their ideas where it's like, okay, you basically made a different game now. this isn't really a response to Diablo anymore. It's its own thing, and I kind of wish they would be willing to cross some of those lines. I do think that the loot in this game is a nightmare shit show. Like I said, it's this enormous analysis burden. I feel like I'm not the only person who gets a headache playing this game before you realize, don't worry about it, just don't pick things up, just don't even think about things. Because if the game actually wants you to try to think about things, that's unreasonable. It's gonna burn your brain out if you're making all these decisions that are ultimately inconsequential, right? Even just as a microcosm, like me interfacing with the ritual mechanic in the first 3 acts before I decided, you know what, I'm just going to skip these towers, made me enjoy the game way more, because just pulling up the ritual menu and like looking at the items and thinking about which one do I want, it's super taxing. And it would be fine if it was taxing for a reason, like if it paid off, if making that decision doubled your DPS or doubled your movement speed or your clear speed. But in the early game, in the early acts, it just doesn't matter. I think that feels pretty damaging to one's brain. I'm excited to see where this game goes in the future. I'm excited to see how they patch things. The system that I kind of envision would be just... I don't think there would be much value lost if a lot of these items just didn't drop at all. Like, what I envision would be like a chromatic orb bar, you know, or a chaos orb bar, or a blacksmith whetstone bar. And when an enemy would have dropped that item, instead of it dropping it on the ground, it causes a bar to fill that you can take to an NPC to redeem for the necessary items. I feel like you could still do that in a way that's visually satisfying and gives you a dopamine hit. You can have a little dinging noise and make the bar appear on the screens, you know, as it slowly fills up over time. It's just that I think that there's supposed to be this satisfying dopamine rush whenever you see items drop, but for me, there's so much of it that it just stops all of the dopamine chemicals from being released, and I just feel miserable looking at the screen of garbage dropping constantly. Especially since it seems like a lot of this stuff, you know, there's price pressure on it in the market because of what a pain in the ass it is to pick up. Not because it's particularly valuable, it's just that nobody bothers picking it up, right? So, we'll see where they go with it. I'm excited to see what they do with Path of Exile 2. I know the main thing they're doing is just removing gem sockets from gear, or at least the way sockets are currently handled. I don't know what it was like on launch, but the way it works now makes no sense to me. It's just another reason why a piece of gear might be garbage, or a piece of gear might need modifier work with currencies. So if they're just moving to you have sockets and you can put whatever gems you want into them, and that's just a feature of your character separate from gear, I think that that's a smart idea, because the way it works now is kind of silly. Very little of this gear very little of these sockets actually interact with the gear that they're equipped to in any way, right? So PoE 2, I'm interested to see what they do there. I think that, so that's I guess that's my one big thought, is this game needs to be willing to cross some of the lines that the devs philosophically chose a long time ago that they would never cross. And there's a lot of things that are just problems, like the loot spam and just the volume of garbage and the number of decisions the player's given, that I think that if they rethought those or they streamlined them, that they wouldn't be losing anything, really. If that bar is filling, you could argue, oh, well, you know, if you have to pick up the currency, it takes up space in your inventory. But I feel like even the whole concept of inventory space isn't terribly interesting in this game. It's not like Diablo where, oh, after you picked up a certain number of items, you should have to go back to town and sell things so that it creates an ebb and flow to the gameplay. Like, I don't think that's what they're going for anymore. Maybe it was when Path of Exile launched, but definitely not anymore. My last thought is that this game desperately needs a story mode. It desperately needs a newbie mode, and I guess what I would envision the story mode would be greatly reduced monster density, a version of the sphere grid, the passive tree, that is super simplified. Maybe they just have 1 or 2 builds for every character if you choose to play in story mode, that it will automatically advance you through. I guess when I say story mode, what I really mean is beginner mode. And I can see that the devs would never focus on developing something like this because it would take away time from developing content for veterans, right? And this story mode that I'm talking about is the opposite of the way that a veteran would want to play. Like, I keep talking about how the density in this game seems great for a veteran player, but it's a nightmare for someone who's new, that you're just running through these maps, you can't get any sense of what the game is about or where it's going because you're just getting swarmed by mobs constantly. And I think a story mode would simplify that. It would remove all of the past League mechanics from the main playthrough. It would remove most complex optional side stuff like Ascendancy, Pantheons, Bandits. It would get rid of a lot of items. So you wouldn't really get jewels, I would envision, because the simplified sphere grid, I imagine, wouldn't have anything complicated like that. It would just be a good build for each class that will hold your hand. Because it seems like it is correct. Like, people were telling me, in order to enjoy Path of Exile, you're going to have to look up a build guide and follow it, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. And it seems that that's true, and it seems that that's something the devs recognize. So if they're going to recognize the truth of that, I wouldn't mind if they just built that into the game, and there was a, story mode recommended build where maybe you still go into the sphere grid and you choose what order to unlock the nodes in, what direction to go, but the nodes are guaranteed to give you a useful, playable build in the end game, right? So I guess vastly reduce the number of gems that drop. I think these are crazy confusing to a new player because they're all skills, right? Like, if you're going to do this story mode thing, I would literally just give you the gems you need for your build and hint at the idea that there are other skills out there. And then I guess after all of that, like, if you can make it to the end of Act 10, you convert into a normal character and everything kind of gets reset and you can do everything. You can go and do the League mechanics. You can go and get your Ascendancy path and your Pantheon and your Bandits and your other crazy crap that's in this game. It's a why don't they just question. I don't think that they could spend the time on it. I wish they could, but I think they have a really serious new player experience problem with this game that none of their veterans will ever care about. Like, once you've made it to maps, once you've beaten Act 10, I think that it's hard to remember how bad it was before. So I don't know that they'll ever actually assign the time to it. But I think that making something that's simplified and handholdy that kind of hooks you on the core loop gets you to the end of the game and makes you hungry for new mechanics, makes you want to see all of this ritual stuff and do all of this extra mechanic in the post-game. Since the game is so post-game focused anyway, right? Like, shunting all of that to the end doesn't seem that terrible because it's giving you a bunch of stuff to do once you feel like you're done, as opposed to getting in the way of you being done and confusing you potentially along the way. So yeah, story mode, please, one day. Thanks for watching. I hope that was parsable. I haven't fast-forwarded Path of Exile before, so I don't know if this is even going to be watchable. But edit together, see how it does. Catch you later. Maybe we'll come back with maps in the future.